What was that? Where are all the Cabbage Patch? Where are all the Cabbage Patch parents? Well, guys, we're gonna do Pragmata round 2 for 2 hours until Racecar plays. Yuck. Alright. Animal Farm. Animal Farm. Isn't that a movie that's supposed to be coming out after the book? In terms of it's made after the book. I like that start screen. That's wholesome. Just a bro sitting with his android pseudo daughter. Bro. The Unreal Engine 5 upgrade is about to drop for Conan Exiles. It will not only bring visual improvements, but also introduce merged maps and reduce the client size. Oh, dude. That is... yeah, that file size reduction is mint right there. Bonus points if I can get the squad to all rock matching shirts like a bunch of heathens. It's the Seth Rogen shitty. Anything Seth Rogen makes is shitty. Seth Rogen is acceptable as an actor, but he should not be allowed to direct anything. His creative stylings amounts to fart joke. That's all Seth Rogen has. He can be funny as an actor, but he should not be anywhere near a producer or writer or director spot. All right.
Hey there, Hugh.
Let's kick some ass.
Hey, Hugh. Am I helping out okay?
Isn't that obvious? Without you, I'd be as good as dead. Hang on. Are you suggesting I'm not pulling my weight here?
No, you're doing great. And you're really, really useful.
Useful?
It gets kind of bumpy riding on your back, though. It's hard to hold on sometimes.
I'm down to take a break from Pragmata for a day and check out Windrose tomorrow. I'm down.
You could have really messed yourself up back there. Do you not feel pain or something?
I don't feel it like humans do.
Well, it don't seem like it. Falling from a place like that, you should know better. You gotta be more careful. I don't want to see you
You're on the
get
moon
hurt.
with the low gravity. It
All
probably
right.
wouldn't even have damaged her.
You gotta be careful too, okay?
No problem. I've got your back if you've got mine.
All right. Okay. I'm an idiot. Alright. Thank God for that, man. Cause that fucking pistol of mine charges super fucking slow. You still have unfilled slots in your loadout. What unfilled slot? I don't have a defense unit. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay. You guys missed it last night. I think everyone was already gone. There was a sick arena style fight in this area right here. Just fucking wave after wave of enemies, dude. It was fucking ridiculous. I came fucking this close to fucking dying.
Want to try?
What is it?
It's beef broth.
Ah. Broth. That's good. Pretty salty.
Hmm?
I said it's pretty salty.
Yeah.
Riot Blaster.
Definitely be.
Hope you're ready to blast stuff.
Oh, I'm ready to blast. The hell? Oh, shit.
Look out! I got him! Open red protocol. On standby.
Ah, crap.
Stop skittering around!
Those things are annoying. And they hit really hard. Thankfully, they don't have a lot of HP, but they hit really fucking hard. I am almost out of fucking ammo in my shotgun, which is great. Marvel is going for a rare double cuck. Apparently they called Paul, who was someone's SI who got MJ, and they killed him. Now it looks like they might have her move on to hooking up with Flash. Honestly, at this point, that universe MJ is ruined to the point he should just move on to Gwen or Black Cat. Black Cat. At least they had the decency to not make him a simp. He still clearly likes her, but at least they aren't at the let's make him pathetic. Yeah, I'm convinced that the Marvel writers do in fact hate Spider-Man. I'm not sure why, because he's, in my opinion, one of the greatest comic heroes ever. But
Got it!
oh crap.
Splitting the hack. There's a bunch of dolls all lined up.
It's a mannequin. They're made to look like humans to show off clothes and stuff. They might look the part, but real people got that lifeblood in them.
Right. And no blood means no moving.
No. I mean, humans got a certain warmth to them.
Oh! Over 36 degrees Celsius, right?
No.
There's a beacon! It's so close.
Come on. There's gotta be another way.
Over 30. Okay. The game keeps wanting to give me the riot blaster, so I'm gonna go ahead and go out on a limb here and say there's something coming up that I'm gonna need it for. Alright, where are you this time? Oh.
Good job. How are we gonna reach that beacon?
There's no clear way through. The only choice is up.
Let's use this when we're outnumbered. Now we can hack a bunch of bots at once. Blinking the enemy. Racecars protocol at the ready. Phew!
Damn it.
Watch out! There's more!
Damn it.
We did it!
I will catch y'all in a bit, head to the rink with a detour. Gotcha, bro. Redeemed Zoomer is ethnically Jewish? Huh. No. God is good. I'm glad he's got saved. Okay. So I can clearly get down to the beacon from here. But I want to check out this. I skipped going over here. So I'm gonna take a quick. Oh shit. Oh fuck.
Get ready! I got him!
It's over.
Hey Z. Shame he ended up. Zoomer isn't a Calvinist, is he? I don't think Zoomer's a Calvinist. On break, eating some amazing watermelon. Dude, hell yeah. Mod extended breach, open enemies, stay exposed. Nice.
That better.
If he is a Calvinist, then overtly heretical. Central. Okay, well that's unfortunate. Someone needs to show him the light, because that is some big heresy right there. All beef patty, jalapeno, cheddar cheese, and our famous BBQ sauce. Mmm. That burger looks really good, actually. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and juice up here.
I can't access the beacon with this box in the way. Overdrive protocol. This thing's aiming at us.
Come on!
Shoot now!
Nope. Good job. Get some.
We did it! We did it!
Phew. I gotta remember to try to stay moving in between hacks. I feel like that's the key. Is if you hack, move, hack, move, hack, move, hack, move, you can probably avoid the worst of the negatives of the combat. It is a pain in the ass, though.
This is gonna take forever. Can't we just pop them all at once?
They aren't connected, so I don't think so.
Standing here, it feels just like being on Earth. It's as if the New York I saw as a child is right before my eyes. Not just about meeting the basic conditions for life. We humans need landscape that can hold our memories, places to call home.
This person really felt like they were on Earth. This is not for me.
Why's that?
Well, it doesn't necessarily look like the moon, but I don't know. It's just too clean here.
The Earth is dirty?
Let's just say people can be a bit messy, but maybe I like messy.
I was hoping we'd find this.
Nice.
There.
He is a supra Palzerian, which I actually think is worse when I grok to figure out what the hell that meant.
Does
Yeah, what the hell
Earth
is that?
really look like this? I was left in sleep mode for so long, and when I woke up, the vault was all messed up.
Must have been the quakes. There was no one else?
Nope. Nobody.
All alone, huh? I know the feeling.
Hey. what's up, bro? Yep, I too know the big lonelies. Big lonelies, big sad. Been there. Hell yeah. Upgrade component. Fuck.
Get ready.
Oh shit. Shit!
Let's earn the overdrive protocol activate.
So I actually don't want to use. Okay. Yep. Save those for the more dangerous enemies. That's funny, we had the same thought approach that to make prompts. Well, it's one of the most common arguments against a durable bouncy basketball with potential for all kinds of games. Kick it by accident and it'll roll forever. Rev, I love you, man.
Is that another REM?
Sure is. Let's take it back to the shelter.
God elects out of a pure, unfallen mass, so that the fall becomes the stage on which he displays both his mercy to the elect and his justice, wrath toward the reprobate. He stresses this is not hyper-Calvinism, which denies God's love for the non-elect or the free offer of the gospel. In short, being a however the fuck you say that, Calvinist, just means you're a Calvinist who believes God's choice of whom to save and whom to pass over logically came before he even planned the fall. It's a minority position within broader Calvinism, but it's considered fully orthodox and has been held by figures like Theodore Beza, William Perkins, and some Puritans. Considered orthodox within Calvinism, you're saying?
Watch out! There's more! Be careful!
It's over.
Nice. This project recreates iconic cityscape from major cities. At the same time, it is to prove that lunar filament can enable rapid urban development, showcasing its value on Earth and paving the way for future projects. Fail the weekly fitness test on purpose. Wow, that never even crossed my mind. If I can't handle the conditions here, no way they'd make me stay right. Thanks for the tip. I've got my test tomorrow, so I'll give this a try. Hope this gets me back to Earth.
Wonder what weapons that'd work with.
Well, it would do a bang-up job with the shotgun. Even though it's not called the shotgun. That is, in fact, exactly what it is.
Oh, that's convenient.
Thank you, Mr. Replicator.
All right, but no cats this time.
Why?
I don't need you crawling off the side of a bridge going after it again. Got it?
I won't do that again.
Good.
You said, let's think on that yourself. See, I can do that.
Wow.
Because I wrote what you said to my memory course. Overdrive protocol, on standby. Let me hack him first. Look out!
The fact that I can't aim straight down irritates me. In real life, I would be able to just shoot this thing with pot shots until it died. Oh shit.
Shoot now! You!
Oh fuck.
I got him! Get ready!
Oh god.
Come on, hack, then shoot!
Kid, there's this thing called pot shots.
You!
I owe you.
Oh shit.
You're going down.
Be careful!
Reload, you piece of shit. Reload, you piece of shit.
Guess that's that.
Okay. Well, that's actually not too bad. We're gonna go kill this other fucker over here, too. So he doesn't sneak up on me later when I'm not ready for him.
Get ready!
Right on.
Overdrive protocol at the ready. Overdrive protocol initiate.
Come on.
You!
These bullets bounce right off. Is that it?
Alright. Here's the thing, when I hear you say you hold a position that not only did God plan the fall, but he planned out who is saved and who is damned even before that, I don't trust a damn thing you believe, right? Just short of the right jump height? What's that mean?
How the heck did I end up in this mess? If we hadn't come here, then Nick and the others would still be alive.
Nick. Is he the one who called you?
No, that was James, the captain. Those two, plus Ken and myself, were sent here to the cradle. They were my closest friends.
Friends.
Damn, that sucks, bro.
Should we take a break?
Yes, we should, just for the sake of getting some fucking HP back. Because they do not frequently put down the equivalent of repair kits. Repair kits, they're fucking health bots. Alright, I'm here. I guess I might as well
All
upgrade
clear.
my gear.
No bots in sight.
Alright. Aw, yeah. The plastic pillar that blocks entrances you tried to jump over and hovered a bit. Hmm. Open the and let them go idle for a minute. Okay. I'll do that in just a minute. Want to see if the animation appears for you.
Wow! Look over here! I've been playing with that.
Alright. Open the outfit menu and let them go idle. I like how in video games, when you're in screens like this, protagonist always stands with this wide, almost combat stance. Like anyone just casually stands like that. How long am I supposed to wait, Maru? Would have thought it would trigger. Hmm. That makes me wonder if I need to have like specific music. This game is so unbelievably wholesome. Okay. Is his name Hugh because he's huge? Like, holy crap, that man is solidly built. Dude, he's wearing a spacesuit. Mother simulator, father simulator, cool uncle simulator. I'm not seeing it. Alright, we upgraded our shit. I am going to continue upgrading defense because these fucking things hit hard. There's gotta be, long term, there's gotta be more suit upgrades than that. There's no way I'm already that close to maxing out the suit's increases. Okay. Obtain the following mods. Increase attack power by 10%. Open, stay exposed. Yeah, let's go with extended breach. Once I get them open, I want them to stay fucking open. Alright. I came here to repair systems. And fuck. And I'm all out of systems. Ooh, it's new. Turns out Trent Horn won't debate Jay Dyer, Andrew Wilson, and condemns to hell, but he would do debate with Farah Kaldi and OF Girl on whatever. Yep. Yeah, to me, to condemn professing Christians like Dyer and Andrew to hell, to me, that is the mark of someone who is not a sincere Christian. When the biggest thing you have to condemn someone to hell is, they say words I don't like. They say the potty words. Like, bro. condemning fellow Christians to hell because they say words you don't like that aren't even blasphemous or heretical, that's gonna be a big one to answer for when you stand before the throne. That's all I'm saying. I'm certainly not saying that I'm not gonna have to answer for a lot of shit, but man, at least I don't go condemning my brothers to hell for petty shit. I can pretty safely say I don't go doing that one. Pure seeded. Fuck yes, bro. It's one thing to say I believe this position will damn you, and I care, so I'm going to tell you it's different. Is different between piety, signaling, BS. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's not what Trent is doing. Not at all. Damn it! I wish I could have the rifle and the shotgun. I'd rather have the shockwave gun, but then again, if it's giving me this right now, I probably need it for something coming up here.
Charge that before firing for the best results.
Yes, thank you. I can read, little girl.
Look out for its targeting sensor.
Get to it!
Move, you!
Ah, crap.
We did it!
Ah, crap.
Look! That big old piece of junk again. I owe you.
Look out!
Damn it.
How you like this?
Look!
1,000 damage. Yeah, buddy.
Are in the way.
Are you blocking your hack? Good job, kid.
Incoming.
Right on. Back off.
This fucking pistol reloads so fucking slow.
That thing packs some punch.
Yes, it does. I like it.
Something's aiming at us.
Oh shit.
I owe you.
Look out for its targeting sensor.
Increase hacking range. Ooh, nice. That could potentially be
That
very
bonus
useful.
lets me hack from farther away.
Yes. Yes, I can read, little girl. Thank you. Yeah, that will be very useful, actually. Oh, I'm actually glad it made me come back down. I missed that. Oh. style and the imagination with which these environments were crafted. Definitely see a lot of care put into this. Amaranth reveals she owns 4 gas stations worth 14 million when it's like 3 million. It's usually gas station stuff. Gas stations are like 3 million each. I think I have about 3 right now, and I'm working on a 4th. Each one is worth about 3-4 million because that's the land plus all the facilities. I don't really know the yearly cash flow off the top of my head because I don't really look at them for profitability. It's more so I can reduce on paper how much I'm making to the art because I have all these business expenses. Yeah. If they cost 3 million, gas stations typically operate at about a 20% margin. And if they cost 3 million to acquire, they're probably extremely high volume. She's probably making 25-30K a month profit on those.
Here it comes! Look out!
Leave the shooting to me. Right on.
Come on!
Nope.
Here it comes! Look out!
Is that it?
God, this fucking pistol. Oh, God.
Get ready!
Oh, shit.
Fences right down.
Got him.
Oh, shit. Whew. Ha! You missed me, bitch.
We did it!
That's... Increase attack power by 10 when the enemy is over 20 meters. Oh, nice.
I wonder what weapons that'd work with.
I don't. I know exactly what weapons that'll work with.
That bot must have some good stuff. Don't let it get away!
Damn. Lost it.
Mary Morgan, the Catholic girl who works for Tim Pool, stepped in shit after offering her opinions on Pragmata. What did she say? There's always a reason this humble playground fixture is always a hit. Maybe simple, but that doesn't make it any less fun. It also serves as a great secret hideout. This can be given to Diana. Nice.
I wonder what that is.
Wasn't I literally just here? Okay, yes, I was literally just here. Okay, so where am I supposed to go next? I'm lost. Let's see here. Diana's 2 donut shakes pretzels. That's kind of funny. Childless men do not have paternal instincts the way that childless women have maternal instincts. What a stupid. We observe this even in the way little girls play versus little boys. Men first experience paternal instincts once they have their own children, and typically those paternal instincts are only ever felt for their own children and no one else's. Men are not nurturers. Men don't gush over cute kids in public. Men don't have baby fever. If a man wants to possess a child for any reason other than it being a product of his own lineage, he is likely a predator, and you'd be taking the feminist radical gender about to protest any of the above points. This should explain why Dad Simulator game marketed to mostly childless men gives people the creeps. Wow. Yeah, she doesn't know what she's talking about. Men don't have a paternal instinct until they have their own kids. Men don't get baby fever. If men didn't have baby fever, then they would never want their own kids. If men didn't have a paternal instinct outside of having their own child, no man would ever adopt. And I mean heterosexual men that adopt. Not the homos who are adopting for ulterior motives. It's molesting the kids. So, yeah. Tim Pool's Catholic assistant is full of shit. The funniest part of that is, if you disagree with me, you're submitting to feminist ideology. Like, that's a take. The community note, men experience baby fever and paternal instincts before fatherhood with hormonal changes, supporting nurturing and protective behaviors toward non-biological children as seen in allo-parenting and adoption. Yep. Yeah. Saying men don't have a paternal instinct outside of having their own children is just... If adults in general did not have a protective instinct towards children in general, the species wouldn't have survived. Yeah, I am really liking that sniper rifle. Oh shit.
I owe you.
Ow.
Couple, brother. Back off!
I can see a beacon over there on that roof. Yeah, look out!
That thing was annoyingly strong. Worst of all, she's trying to make this argument when you know which sex is aborting children. Yeah.
All right, that's 3.
We're already halfway there.
Glass half full, huh?
And not only do we know to buy the father.
Did you hear that?
Oh, getting close to snack time.
Do humans really need to eat more than once a day? Your energy efficiency doesn't seem good.
Sure, that's fair. But sharing a meal is more than just recharging. I was an orphan, so at dinner with my new family, just having someone that listened was magical. It was all kid stuff, but they were always there. Talking with someone who just accepts you for you is a kind of nourishment, but for your soul.
You can get nutrients from talking?
Something like that.
There's another beacon. I bet Edith is down there too.
They really hide those damn things, don't they? Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and juice up here. Alright.
Intruders detected.
Ah, crap.
Please remove them from the premises.
You jinxed us,
Look
kid!
out for its charging sensor. Defenses right there. Missile spotted. They run out of time. Crap. Watch out! There's more! Right back at ya!
Yeah!
Phew!
It's my turn.
Fuck. Get shit on. God, I love that thing. Oh shit, there's more. Fuck!
Right back at ya! Shoot out!
It's over.
Whew. I just realized, well, not just. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit.
Overdrive protocol, on standby. Something's aiming at us. Missile spotted. Watch out, there's more.
Fuck. Ugh.
Take that! I owe you.
Oh, fuck.
It's my turn.
Move, you. Look out for its charging sensor.
Another one?
Aiming at us.
Shit.
Missile spotted.
How?
Right back at ya. Look out.
Shit. Gotta remember to breathe. Keep holding my fucking breath. God, why was I missing?
Get ball.
Fuck! How do point blank shots like that? Oh shit! Are you kidding me? There's too many bots. Maybe you should use a weapon that can blast a bunch of them at once. Also thinking about streaming Elden Ring on Twitch. Bro, do it. I'm always for my homies streaming.
Let's take a break.
Listen? Listen to what? How that robot is AIDS. I keep tuning in, but I only see gaming, so I fucking leave and then I miss everything. Well, then stick around. Like, we're gonna be watching Racecars. Oh shit, I'm actually glad you said something. Racecars game is in about 45 minutes. So we're gonna be watching Racecars hockey game. But, you know, you can talk about anything while I fucking game. I will engage in conversation while I play. Be worth your while. But alas, Olivia, How can I be worth your while if you are not while my with? How can I beguile your senses if you do not give me guile and senses? A fool, a fish, a tomato, a dish, pish posh, apple squash, dilly dally, filly fally. AIDS. Poetry about how that robot is AIDS. Oh, unholy abomination, crawling on all fours, atop a lunar surface, behind sealed doors, made of minds unhuman, to wreak the world so, destroying common sense, and my mission whence I go. Scurrying about, a horror to behold, while my pistol I clutch, a lifeline that I hold. And as I dip and dodge, frantically for my life, my chest aches, burns, as if stabbed by a knife. My friends are gone, and I am alone, naught but a bot by my side. And though I jest with her in private, dread I hide. How was that? Well, to use Twitch for streaming, you have to stream from the mobile app. Thank you, Liv. We should clip that. I think I will have to clip that. Well, actually, I don't need to clip it because we're streaming to YouTube right now, so it'll be permanently archived there. So, hooray! But, timestamp it? Yeah, that's a good idea. My daughter keeps... Okay. I thought for a second my daughter ran off with my pen again. Okay. Yeah, because I might want to pull that out. It was like 113 roughly. I really do need to get back to reading and writing regular. My stories and my prose are where my heart is. But anyways, Emerald, if you stream from a PC, my understanding is you have to have third-party software. I've never seen a way to stream from Twitch Direct with your PC, which is fucking stupid, but whatever. I mean, I'm all for putting everything creative out there. Worst case scenario, it gets ignored. Yeah. Yeah. There's nothing I have that's in terms of creative stuff that I don't put out there. I got a bunch of backlog poetry, but I'm just saving that up to actually release a book of poetry. And it's probably going to be free because it's all just free verse poetry that's incredibly emo. It's a Podge! Look at her! She's so podgy! Hey, Podge! see your blanket. Oh boy. Yep, I see your blanket. Did you wake up from your nap? Did you wake up from your nap, sweetie? Pudge Land. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that. Wait. Did you wake up because you pooped your butt? Yep. You woke up because you had a famous pudgy poop. Let's go see if Mommy wants to shower your butt again. Be right back, guys. Okay, sorry about that, guys. When the pudge poops, you know, it's kind of all hands on deck to unpoop a butt. Can't just have babies out here with poopy butts. Ugh, that's no good. Ugh. Kate was in the shower, so it's not like I could just hand her off to Kate. Had to, well, correction, I had to take her to Kate to hand her off to Kate. Put her in the shower to get her butt cleaned. Oh yeah, me and Kate shower her just at the same time as we shower all the time. That's the easiest way. Another thing, from really early on, like pretty much as soon as Amnes could sit, I would just sit her in the tub while I showered and then shower her. I don't understand why people like kneel outside the tub or like shower them in the sink. Like just shower with them. And that's better anyways, because that way they see you brushing your teeth and see you cleaning yourself, and they learn, oh, this is what we do in the shower. You can use OBS on stream? What do you mean use OBS on stream? Do you mean you can use OBS to stream? Because yes, that is what it's for. Okay. Alright. Ugh. You want a fun fact? Yeah, of course you can use OBS to stream. That's what it's fucking for. What fun fact, you can drink water. like, bro. I love you, Emerald, but sometimes you say stupid shit. Alright. God, Streamlabs is the third-party stuff, but I'm already using it and how that software works. What have you been using OBS for? A hacking node that disrupts enemy internal systems, temporarily increasing damage dealt. Yeah, let's upgrade that. I really like this one. Water isn't wet. Being wet is the state of being covered in water. That was one of the dumbest fucking things that went around the internet, dude. Unless you want to be incredibly pedantic and say, well, water's wet because it's always covered in other water. Streamlabs is the third party recording for your channel. Okay. Well, yeah, bro, it's not meant for a recording software. It's primarily meant for a streaming software. Decode has been printed and is ready for use. Do I want to upgrade that, or do I want to... I hardly ever find repair things, so... Expands Diana's ability by adding extra slots for hacking nodes in the Matrix. That would be potentially useful, but I'm going to save my upgrade points. Unlocks critical shot. When an enemy's health is low, a critical shot node may appear. Passing through it during a hack will down enemies, letting you press to perform a point-blank shot. Yeah, we're gonna do that. You've unlocked critical shot. Nice. All water was once semen. I'm actually skeptical that all water was once semen. There's so much water on the planet. To say that all of it has been jizz at one point or another, I find statistically dubious. Now, to say that all of it was part of some living organism at one point, I would probably be willing to buy that. But to say that all of it was jizz at one, it's actually possible that some of it has never even been part of a living organism, because the water down there is super pressurized, super hot, and for the most part locked in place. What percentage you've drank came out of any sort of ball sack? I mean, I'm sure that some of the water I've drank out of the faucet was at some point piss or jizz, for sure. I mean, just statistically speaking, that water molecule was definitely part of piss or jizz at some point, or feces. It's just a gross reality of existence. By pressing right before an enemy's attack, temporarily slow down time. Working on the fast moves. Okay. These weapons look super fucking cool, I must say. Sci-fi bullshit is doing it for me on the weapons.
Phew! Let's play! Getting nutrients from talking? That's so weird. What happens if the nutrients aren't enough?
You'd probably feel lonely or just uneasy. Might even start losing faith in yourself.
Could you get sick?
Some do, yeah. But everyone's different.
Well, I've got you to talk to, so I'll probably be fine.
As far as I can tell, you don't look like an old model. So why the heck were you in storage?
I don't know. Maybe they just didn't need me anymore. Or maybe I just wasn't good enough.
Oh. Yeah, that's Hey, don't worry about it, you know?
Yep, doesn't bother me.
Hey, don't you get tired of hanging around the shelter?
Are you bored, Hugh? If so, let's pretend we're cats. I'll be a cute striped one, and you'll be a big white furball.
Maybe next time, kiddo. I just remembered there's something else I gotta do.
Yay! Let's play! Hugh, can you dribble?
Those balls are too... Oh, well, okay, the smaller ones are the right size.
What do you do with this? Should I climb up it?
Aww. Which is worse, attending a mosque or attending a
This
little church of
slouch too
Satan?
small for Hugh.
I mean,
I
they're
wanted
the
to
same
slide down
thing.
Together.
Okay. Hang on.
Bingo! Well done.
Cartridge holder, a special holder designed to protect and carry repair cartridges. Nice. That will come in useful. The self-defense will be uploaded to the tram terminal, reduce damage received when you... But I think I would have my daughter come home and tell me that she went to the actual Church of Satan in Salem, Michigan, than a mosque wearing a fucking hijab. I do think I would rather have my kid come home from a Church of Satan rather than come home from a mosque. I do agree. Because of the cultural implications around those two institutions. Most Church of Satan atheists are just try-hard Reddit mod retards who have no idea what they're actually doing at a spiritual level. Islam subjugates women, throws gays off roofs, diddles kids. It's overtly satanic instead of subvertly. So, I see the logic live. That's a pretty good mod. This, whatever it is, deal 10% more weapon or hacking damage against downed or immobilized enemies.
We are honored to provide one of our greatest goods. Thank you for your patronage.
Yeah, exactly. Islam has far more power. If she went to an actual church, I would think, okay. So you would like, so you just like metal music and goths.
Pretty heavy. Hard, too.
One's retarded to the point of unintentional evil, the other's evil to the point of retardism. Yeah.
Then we could play a real match.
Yeah, I like that one better. I do think I want to swap those out. Okay. Alright. We got Racecars game in 20 minutes. Will it let me save the game outside the shelter? I wonder. Nope. My sister dated a Muslim couple. I got on his bad side by making Allahu Akbar at inappropriate times.
You probably saw this when it smashed you, but those executor attacks were really something. Get too close and you get hit. Try to step back and you got lasers.
So nowhere to hide, huh? Piece of junk butt.
I would personally say there's never a bad time to mock Islam.
Here it comes! Look out! Overdrive protocol, on standby.
Good job, kid.
Move, you!
more. Oh, fuck.
Is that it?
I'm like, listen, I'm like, I can accept it. Accept. I know the difference, okay? Kate, get off me. What are you talking about, Kate? Get off you. Kate isn't here right now. AIDS of that fucking fight that I now have to find my way back to. Yeah, that was I typed the wrong hot, and this is the sort of thing that Kate would notice. Yeah. Oh shit.
Be careful.
Damn bullets melt right off.
Yeah, that's gonna take forever. How the hell do I get up there?
Incoming. Missile spotted. Right back at ya.
Did anyone watch the Kirby Right Back At You cartoon on Fox Kids when they were a kid? I know Liv probably didn't. I'm pretty sure.
Look out.
Pretty sure that was after Liv was probably in high school for that.
We did it.
Cause Liv, hang on, how old are you again, Liv? I can't remember if you're significantly older than me or if it's just a few years. I don't get why the hell there's a blue thing. I wouldn't expect you to have seen it, Emerald. Ah, yes. How could I forget? You are, in fact, an eldritch abomination. Oh, okay. So you actually might have watched it. I remember old school cartoons was a staple of my childhood. Yeah, what do you call old school? Because... He said no.
Intruders detected. Please remove them from the premises.
Okay.
Missile spotted.
Oh shit. Ow.
Right back at ya. Something's eating at us.
Oh shit!
Missile spotted! Overdrive protocol, on standby. Watch out! There's more!
Oh shit. Shit. Shit.
Defenses are down. Something's aiming at us.
These are shooting to me. Are you trying to get up, Pudge? Are you trying to get up here and hang out with Daddy? Tom and Jerry is good. Anyone remember Betty Boop? Since he's not here, I have to ask, is a Bayesian Nash equilibrium, how does the common priors hold up when the information partitions are in done? I'm not even going to try to decipher that. Amnes, Daddy is playing. Daddy is playing, and you don't know how to play this one. You don't know how to play this one yet. We gotta work on your baby coordination skills. I do have Scooby-Doo, Where Are You, and all DVD as well. It's okay, sweetie. You are so soft. Look at you. You are so soft and smooth. How could you be Pudgy upset? Your Pudgy is so soft and smooth. So luxurious. So luxurious. People kill for skin this nice. Yeah, you gotta go get your clothes on.
Oh, I know.
I mean, fair enough. I just remember a snippet of Betty Boop's cartoon. Yep.
Something's aiming at us. Missile spotted. Right back at ya.
Yeah, let's do this. Step off. Right on.
Right back at ya. Get ready.
Jet.
Missile spotted.
This game is just slightly easier Elden Ring
Get ready.
in space.
Helpful, fucker. Now it's my turn.
Oh, that's cool. Oh my god, dude, here's how I integrated playing Skyrim with childcare. Equip the whirlwind sprint as your shout, then have her press the shout button as you're walking across the map because I don't do carriages, fast travel, or horses. Your kid gets to be your fooster because the character yells, Foos! One of my classmates fucked a dead squirrel that was stomped on by a car. No, he didn't. Hey, why the fuck starts a conversation like that? That is an equally valid question. Or I should say, my classmate fucked a dead squirrel. No, he didn't. But if he did, gross. All right.
More to go.
We can do this, Hugh.
Having fun?
Yeah.
All right. We gotta find a place to. Bro, this ain't cards. Though if it was. Bro, you're a little late. Maru already timed him out. So Maru just double taps him.
Ooh, what's that weird stuff?
This should help me keep going.
Bro, Maru, you can't time him out for 6,000 fucking seconds for that comment. Come on, dude. You gotta be at least kinda reasonable.
What is this stuff? Is this lunafilament?
I don't think so. Its basic compositional structure seems a bit odd.
It's all messed up. Like it's glitched out or something.
Hey, Hugh? What were your friends like?
James was calm and collected, just like a captain should be. Ken was a real goofball. Nicholas was always angry with him.
They didn't get along?
No, we were the kind of pals who could speak our minds, no sugarcoating. In a word, friends.
Even when you're angry? Friends sound complicated.
Maru, the timeout redeem only covers like 3 minutes. That's a lot longer than that. Yeah, I'm trying to find... I'm confused on where the hell I'm supposed to go. And, I don't want to just pause the game and switch screens.
Hey,
I would
Hugh?
like to save and actually
What were you like as a kid?
turn the
I was a
game
curious
off.
one. Always getting up to no good. Kept chasing anything that caught my eye. Ended up lost.
What did you chase?
One time, I went after a squirrel and totally face planted.
See? You ran after animals too. Oh, just like me.
Yeah, well, that's how I know it's dangerous.
Okay. The game wouldn't soft lock me for jumping down into this area, I don't think. I would hope it's better designed than that. So that must mean I'm missing something in here. There's just no other way up. Oh, there it is. That's what I was missing. Nice.
Should we take a break?
Yes, we should, so I can save. Okay, sweet. Just in time to make Racecars game. Fuck yeah. That's serendipity. Sweet serendipity. All right. Okay, we are going to... Alright. I am enjoying the fuck out of this game. The combat is exhilarating. I do enjoy cyber. That's my working theory. Okay, I need to briefly... No, it doesn't. Okay. Alright, I need to go and pull up. It was Brunswick? Barons.
Oh.
There it is. Barons Bus Arena. Alright. Alright. Looks like they haven't actually started the game. Looks like they're doing warm-ups. So that's cool. Oh, man, I wish we had some chips or something. I could really go for some chips in a bit. Huh? Oh, nice! Guys, we have chips and salsa. So Racecar is in the black. Racecar is number 12. Looks like, is that him coming towards us? Or is that... Oh, that's 13. I'm going to take this opportunity. I've been on the Twitch thing the whole time. If anyone's been talking in the multi-stream, I apologize, not deliberately ignoring you. I'm just the worst streamer ever, and so I forget to switch to the multi-chat. Oh, I think this is actually Racecar right here. Yeah, this is Racecar right here. Okay. Isaac. With the funny spelling. Isaac. Considering he had the hip replacement surgery, I understand why he does these stretches. I think I'm the one that suggested these stretches to him. Oh, wait, but I think when I said, I think now that I'm recalling the conversation, I think he said he was already doing them. Salsa. All the girlies love my salsa. Chips. Weird spices. Weird chips.
You want a chip? You do? You do. Gotta eat. Dip it in salsa for me. Look at that.
Sounds like they're about to start. I'm gonna run use the can really quick. Hey, Kate, can you watch her to make sure she doesn't explode my desk on you?
Are they yummies? Mommy can chip chip. Mommy can chip chip. Yeah? Very good. Oh, you want mommy to dip it? Okay. There. There. Chips and salsa. Foreign yummies. Yum yum. Oh boy. Okay. Here you go.
Alright, back in time. Just in time for the starting whistle. Here you go, sweetie. You were so cute with your pudgy face. Do you want to sit on Daddy's lap?
Of course.
What are you gonna make for dinner, Kate? She's like, I gotta get my whole arm in the bag. I'm small and pudgy. All right. We are off to the races. This rink has a way better camera. Nice block. Lost his balance afterwards, but he recovered. Oh man, it looks like they're really playing serious tonight. I'm sensing an energy this game that I have not sensed prior. Nice. Nice. Run it, run it, run it. Come on, take the shot. Ah. I would have taken the shot. You little hog. Nice block. Nice block. Ah, get shit on red. Fumble. Red 26. I hope you wipe out 100 more times this game. Fucking scrub. Yeah, there's a lot more action this game than some of Racecars' other games. It's almost like they finally woke up. Oh shit, did we score? Ah, damn it. It looks like the goalie just got that block. I would say at least once or twice more. Because what? I mean, we've only fried in that beef tallow. Yeah, Kate. Fucking restaurants use that shit like for a week. Like, come on now. You can use that a good few more times. Not saying restaurants should use it for a week, but they do. Do not just drop chips in the salsa and leave them there to soak. Amna, come on, get out. Daddy wants to dip his chip. Kate, can you get us a bowl? Thank you. What was that? Was he trying to get a ricochet that didn't pan out, or did it look like he just passed it to us? Ah. That was a crap shot, unfortunately. Oh. Puck out of play. Hey, Panda. Yeah, it looks like we just lost a point. Yep. Yep. Well, that's okay. Still early. Alright, so we're on, from camera point of view, we are on the right side of the board. We're down 1 point. Oh, it looks like we just got one. I didn't see the puck go in, but from the sounds of it, we did. Yes? No? Okay, no. Yeah. He was scrambling to make that one happen. Ended up wiping out. Okay. Shit. They had too much defense in place. We got to do a better job of getting around their defense. Looks like they have a pretty good coordination on that. Leslie? Who's Leslie? If you link it, we can put it on in the background. We can listen to that underneath because we can't really hear what's going on with the game. So it can be debate with hockey game visual. No idea.
In fact, much of the slavery was ended by countries that consider themselves Christian. Meanwhile, countries that aren't Christian not only continue to engage in slavery, but were doing it all the way. What was the religion of the Africans that put people on boats to send them across the seas? We don't talk about that, though. We only scream about the Christians that actually fought wars in order to end this barbaric practice. And of course, no Christians are perfect, and there have been societies that have done bad things that claim to be Christian. But overarchingly, there's a reason that everyone's trying to get into the West from all around the world, and these countries that were made great primarily because of the morality that lied through the foundational principles that created these countries through Christianity. We don't see people clamoring to get into the Islamic societies, do we? In any society she points to that says, but see, this is more secular and they're better, most of them still are predominantly Christian. They just don't have an official church anymore. And even still, to the effect that they are successful societies, it's because they embrace these Christian values in the first place that allowed their societies to get to the point of what we are. The truth is, we need to go back more towards that Christianity, because what has happened is the secularist mindset and progressivism that came with it is leading to worse and worse outcomes all across the Western world. For example, the progressive mindset is what's leading to mass migration. Now, we have grooming gangs in formerly Christian countries like the United Kingdom, where hundreds of thousands of domestic women and young girls have been assaulted in the most heinous of ways. Why? People from those cultures don't have the values of Christianity.
Stop thinking in the bag.
Something's wrong. In fact, many of the Muslims that do that do so, and they've been said in their court trials to say, our religion gives us the right to do these things. So to put slavery at the feet of Christianity is absurd. Could people that were Christians have engaged in Christianity? Sure. Should that be condemned? Of course. But what society is better? What society didn't engage in those practices? And many of those societies still do. The tenets of Christianity are what allowed these Western nations that had the might and could have done what they want and conquered the world and did force themselves on any country they wanted. Instead, they were benevolent because of their Christian values. She makes other claims. She says that it would lead to a delusional society. How so? I'd be happy to have the conversation where ethics come from. It's not delusional at all. To be arrogant and the atheists that think that they somehow know better and that that itself is an act of delusion. Is it any more delusional than thinking that we all came about in some big bang? That we were created by nothing and go back to nothing and there's no meaning in anything? I think not. I think when I see my 5-year-old son, I understand the spirit of the fruits of the Lord and how beautiful creation is, and how that it's not delusional, nor is it something that is devoid of critical thought to talk about the importance of that and how that inspires me to become a better person. Under your worldview, I would question, what makes you want to be a better person? How do we even define what a better practice is? Untrue. Countries that have been Christian nationalist in the past, or have been in the definition I have, including the United States in different ways that it moves, absolutely allows the practice of other religions. I'm merely stating that we as Christians, as the majority of this country, and the country that was founded on principles of Christians and deists, should embrace that for our morality.
2 minutes left, Rob.
Is it okay for Leslie or people like her to use their morality and their philosophy to inform how they vote and how they want to structure culture? Of course. It's only the Christian that's told, no, it's anathema. You can't do that. For you to use your worldview and where you get your morality and use that to embrace sort of the societal principles, culture, and laws that you want is somehow immoral and somehow to be avoided. She talks about oppression and how it's about hate. What sounds to me oftentimes like it's actually the atheist or the secularist that hates the Christian more than the Christian seeks to say that they hate others. Some specific issues we'll talk about that I think are important are things like abortion and reproductive rights. I'm sorry, I totally respect anybody's right to sort of have self-autonomy. However, that ends when you're destroying another life. And I think the practice of killing millions of unborn children is barbaric and is something that we should avoid. The argument that, well, that could lead to people going underground, then my question in return would be, okay, is there anything you wouldn't make illegal? Because we can't eliminate anything. Anything could actually go underground, so should murder be legal?
Right.
Overall, I think you'll see throughout this debate that much of the fear-mongering she's doing here is not things that would occur under my system. Ask yourself this, if you're Christian or not, do you want to be in the West, the countries that were founded on religious principles? Of course. Do you think that the people that are religious now have the right to use that religion, in this case Christianity, to inform their culture and their laws, as opposed to being shamed and told that they have to shut up and somehow it's offensive or abusive to do so? Of course that should be the case.
The economic system outlined in the Old Testament.
By settlers that use these principles to make this
there's a little bit more.
I think we should return to those roots, embrace that Christianity, and the best thing for Leslie is not only be a better society for me.
It's a little bit more tribal in construction.
Perfect, right?
But if you read the Old Testament,
awesome. Okay,
it's very
well, we're
clear
gonna take
that
open
the
dialogue
economic
/
system
rebuttal section.
that's
You can
described
argue
is
points,
closer to capitalism than anything
cross-examine
else we
each
would
other.
understand today.
All I ask is that you guys be respectful, let each other finish a response if you ask a question, and then if you do get asked a question, answer the question before you ask a question. That would be ideal for everyone. All right, and then if it gets too heated, I will go to timed responses. We'll agree on what that time should be based on how long you each are taking. But yeah, I think we could be cordial.
Oh yeah, anyone that
and
says
chat
Jesus
can
is
be
a
cordial,
socialist
like the
are
video.
imposing
We
their
have,
politics
30
upon
likes.
Jesus.
There's almost 400 people in here. No excuse.
Jesus was not a
And,
socialist.
yeah, we'll turn it over whenever you're ready.
And if you claim to be a
we-
Christian and you say
if you
Jesus
want
was a
to
socialist,
respond to anything
I
he
got
said
news
in
for
his
you. You're not a
opening, or
Christian.
Vice versa, whoever kind of is interested in going first there.
You love your politics more than you love Christ.
Do we sort of agree on Christian nationalism? Is my definition acceptable to you? That is Christians embracing their Christianity, using that to inform how they vote, how they structure society, both culturally and politically, and then voting for people that are Christian to use those values to inform their policy. Is that fair?
No, I actually think that's a pretty vague and convenient idea. I just want to be clear also, because you conflated and assumed a lot of what I said. I don't have a problem with Christianity. Christianity is not the problem. The problem becomes when that becomes the rule of law and you're using that to dictate law. A Christian nationalist society is essentially an enmeshing of church and state. So you can be a Christian and you can believe what you want to believe. I don't have a problem with Christianity. But when that becomes the rule of law, this is when the problems start. And history has told us that when the church has had significant authority, it ends up with you have the problems of a surveillance state. You have a problem with persecution and criminalization for anything that comes in opposition to what is part of a Christian view. You also have the inclusion of distorted views of Christianity. So that is not the definition. The definition that you provided, I think it's a safe and convenient one, but that's really not what encompasses all of Christian nationalism. So what I said, power and patriarchy, religion as power, and to reestablish patriarchy.
Okay, but that seems to be a proprietary definition from you. One, can you tell me where that definition comes from?
This is based on my research and observation of people who identify themselves as Christian nationalism.
So it's a proprietary definition.
In various
would you agree with me at this? Would you agree with me at this? The literature on this is all over the place on what is Christian nationalism. If you talk to 10 different people that identify as Christian nationalism, you'll probably get 10 different responses, correct?
Okay, that's fair. That's your experience.
So then let's bog it down. For example, I could read one that's very close to what I had is from Taylor Anderson,
100%.
who actually has a degree in sort of what's his
everything bad
he was
with
a top
the government
graduate with a BA
increased
in
the
Christian
more we
Studies, has his
secularize.
MA in Christian history, right? His definition is as follows. Christian nationalism is understood as a movement that seeks to preserve or promote a Christian national identity. This entails national unity over preservation of Christian ideals, ethics, and values in the public square, as well as the autonomy needed to protect such national priorities from foreign hostilities. That basically is what I'm saying. We are Christians. We use that to inform our culture, our law. We elect people that are Christian, and they do that to embrace that. That doesn't mean that we have an official church. And in fact, most people that identify as Christian nationalism, most of them don't say that we have some official state church. So I guess my question would be, why should my definition of what I identify, first, a two-part question. Why should we reject my definition? And if we embrace my definition, would you say, yes, that's something that you think would be good for society?
The definition that you read right now is actually closer to what is I guess a general view of what Christian nationalism is. So that I can that I agree with, because again you're speaking to Christian identity as a national identity, and that's where it becomes problematic.
Well, right, but that doesn't mean that we have an official state church, correct?
No, but saying church and state is just saying that basically the church or the Christian church is the authority. So it's the same thing.
Well, no. I don't think that at all. The definition I read said nothing about the official church being an authority. It talks about us being Christians, sharing those values, promoting them, and the country acknowledging, yes, this is a country of Christian. That's where these values come from, and we seek to protect the autonomy to practice that Doesn't say anything about the church being an official arbiter of the laws. I don't think that's necessary at all.
What you just said is that you're a Christian, you're voting for Christians to be empowered.
Correct.
You're Christian, you want that to inform your law. In that
Correct.
instance, the Christianity now becomes the rule of law. That
So
is
then
that,
you accept that my
basically, we agree on the same thing.
okay, you accept my definition that we can, for the purpose of this debate, Christian nationalism is Christians embracing their Christianity, getting their moral framework for there, and moving culture and politics in that direction, voting for people that are Christians
right,
in
first
order to
time block,
promote that culture.
finished.
We agree that
3-2.
for the purpose of this, that's Christian nationalism.
Yes.
And you think that's a bad thing?
Yes.
Is there any group of people in any country you know, other than Christians, that you would say it would be immoral for them to use their religion or their philosophy to inform the direction they want the country to go?
Is there? Are you using? I can use an example of religion. But,
okay,
but in terms of a society that is Christian government, Christian lawmakers, has to be Christian. Most societies that are considered developed they may have Christians within their society, but the concept is of a democracy, and a democracy and a Christian nationalist society does not
fall in line with their religion. If 90% of the country is Christian and they vote in unison that they want Christian policies, how's that?
I would go further. Homogenous Christianized civilization.
I think what you are saying is a pleasant way of going about it. But if you look at the individuals that are part of the Christian nationalist movement, they are not interested in we'll just have a couple of us voting for society, and hopefully we'll have Christian lawmakers, a few Christian lawmakers. The intent is to have a Christianity as the rule of law. That is the intent. That is the intended outcome.
But that's you putting words into people's mouths. You agree? How do you know what my intent is as a Christian who wants Christianity to inform my cultural and voting preferences? How do you know what my intent is? You're just speaking because you've read some people, I don't even know who, but you've read some people that had some outcomes you don't like. It'd be no different than, do you mind if I ask what your religion is, by the way?
I don't consider myself extremely religious, but I believe in a God. And you already
so you're like a deist, you believe in some...
And you already assumed that I was anti-Christian based on
I assume you're anti-Christian because I assume you're anti-Christian,
but I'm not.
I assume you're anti-Christian.
Let's let her respond there fully.
And then this is why it is important to make a distinction between being okay with Christianity and not being okay with Christianity being the rule of law.
Okay, I assumed you were anti-Christian because you said the following things. You said it leads to a patriarchy, it leads to the justification of slavery, it leads to a destruction of women's rights, it leads to the destruction of the LGBT. You didn't say that Christian nationalism leads to that. You implied Christianity itself leads to those. So you acknowledge then there is nothing, in your words, is there anything about Christianity that says that women can't work, that they have gender roles, that they should stay in the home? Christianity doesn't speak to that, is your claim?
So, Leslie, you can respond to that question directly, as briefly or as long as you want, and then you can circle back to whatever you were going to say right before that question.
I said that this is what life looks like under a Christian nationalist society. And under a Christian nationalist society, the concept is to reinstate a patriarchy.
Good.
Women are regulated to the home. It is for promoting.
You mean relegated
a women
to the home?
Not necessarily looking for careers outside of the home. It is an anti LGBTQ agenda. It is an anti. It is based an anti-feminist agenda. And whether or not there are individuals who want to admit it, there is a reason why white supremacist groups are heavily aligned with the movement of Christian nationalism. This is not all me just pulling things out of a hat.
Yeah, but white supremacists who claim to also be Christian nationalists are mainly doing that as a matter of political and social convenience. They're not sincere Christians.
Christian nationalist society, this is what you are. This is the world that you're expected to live in.
All right, so one, like you do, I haven't got an answer. Does Christianity itself, is it anti-LGBT?
Depends which Christian you're talking to, but most Christians, yes, but not.
Okay, so then
not
that
all
would be
Christians, not all
that would
Christians.
be a criticism of Christianity and not just Christian nationalism, correct?
Again, it depends what Christian you're talking to. It depends what part of the Bible that you're referring
So I think then when I said that it seems that you're being some hostile towards Christianity, I don't think that that's out of order. I think that's clearly what's going on. Secondly, let's take these.
I'd
piece
have
by
to
piece.
interrogate
You say
that
Christian
one for a little
nationalism would
while
mean
if I
that
decide
women-
for
it
me
would
to
be a
decide
movement
whether
to
I agree,
force women
Panda.
into the home so they couldn't work, correct?
I believe that that's one of
Mostly
the
on the
underlying
second part.
Can you
motives.
show me one prominent Christian nationalist that suggests that?
I can't tell you a prominent Christian nationalist that has suggested that, but I know that based on my research, that's one of the underlying agendas.
So just to be clear, you have no examples. You've agreed that Christian nationalism is quite simply Christians saying, we get our morality from Christianity, we want the culture and the law to represent that, and then voting people that are Christians that use that same morality. And you don't have any examples, but you say, that will lead to Christians saying women are not allowed to work. Let me ask you this. Given that Christian nationalism is quite literally just Christians voting for their beliefs, do you have any evidence that suggests that more than 50% of Christians believe that it should be illegal for women to leave the house or work? Any evidence whatsoever?
Any evidence that it is illegal for Christian?
If Christians vote their conscience, which is Christian nationalism, and vote for their religion, right, that more than 50% of Christians in this country, or in Canada, or any other country for that matter, think that it should be illegal for a woman to work or to leave the home.
No, but there are organizations that support that.
Oh, can you name one?
I can search for one, but that's
I'd be happy. I would bet that that's a very fringe organization, and that is not a very Christian view. Instead, what most Christians believe are there are predefined rules for men and women, and that biblically it made sense for men to sort of be the providers and to be the head of households, just like when we go to church, the order is that the leaders of the church are the sort of bridge between God and us, and then we are to follow them. The same in the household. The man is supposed to be the bridge to God. The woman's supposed to listen and help raise children, etc. But those are not to be enshrined in law. And in fact, when we were a more Christian society, it was never illegal for women to work. That's the next question I have for you. Do you think at one point the United States was Christian nationalist?
I think at one point it was.
Well, that's
there
certainly
was a
true,
point
Panda.
in American history where
That piece of evidence is certainly true.
When I say the church, I don't mean like a specific church. I mean just religion as a whole had significant influence over society.
When was that? The foundation?
It was maybe during the time of the.
I will say
Salem
you
witch
can't
trials, for
speak in the
example.
absolute that people can't innovate
Salem
without
witch
the
trials.
scientific method.
So
Because we did have fermentation, farming, animal husbandry,
we were Christian nationalists.
I think that
some
it
other
was-
basic
it was closer
sciences
to being-
before
to recognize
Christianity
the church as a
or
state. You can look at the
any
part
other,
of American history when there was slavery.
well, it was
where-
really Christianity that
where,
posited
the
the
church was
mindset you're
used to
talking about. So really, it's
justify why
primarily
slavery should
Christianity
continue.
that
you can look at,
gets the credit for the
indigenous
creation of the
genocide.
scientific method.
The Christianity is related to why, or religion is related to why that was justified. You can look at, I mentioned the Salem witch trial. Hundreds of people lost their lives. Innocent people lost their lives because again, there is the.
She thinks hundreds of
indication
people
the
died in the
church and their
Salem witch
authority
trials.
in deciding who's guilty, who's
Lol.
not, based on concepts of heresy. There is. There has always been the entrenchment of Christianity versus Christianity / religion and brutal racist
Oh, it's 3-3.
supremacist groups,
I didn't even
and
see
that
us
is
get
not
even.
a coincidence. So there has always
Damn it.
been
These
religion
guys
entrenched
keep-
in
Man,
American
4-3.
society, but somewhere along the lines, I guess it became a more liberal society, and which is
I guess that
what
the
is
reason
society has been-
Yeah,
which is
let's-
why society is now saying, I guess now we need to go back to being a Christian nationalist.
All right, Leslie, we'll let Rob respond to a couple of those.
you can't give
statements.
Judaism,
Yes,
Christian.
at
You
this
can't give
time
Judaism
and-
credit for the scientific method
The reason I'm
because the
asking is I'm
scientific
just trying to
method
get a
did
feel
not
for it. Do you think at the
emerge
foundation
out
of
of
this country was
tabernacles.
what you
It
would consider
emerged out of
nationalism?
Christian
That
monasteries
it was
that
Christians
became
voting for
universities.
their principles, etc.,
Jews
etc.
existed for a very long time,
It's simple. If you
and
don't
their
think so,
religion
just say
existed
no.
for a very long
It seems
time
odd if
before
it was
Christ.
built as not Christian nationalist.
Sorry,
then
you do
became
not
it
get any of the
because
credit for
Salem
the
witch
scientific
trials,
method.
And now it's not again. That seems
The
odd.
legalism
So I think
of
your answer would
Judaism
be, yes,
prevented
that
it
was
from
Christian
innovating.
nationalist based on your definition at the foundation. Do you agree?
It could not have been a Christian nationalist at the start. However, Christian religion has always had a
Why did that guy
significant
leave
amount of
his stick
authority.
on the ice?
But if your constitution stated that there's freedom of religion at the time of your independence, it could not have been, technically speaking, America could not have been founded as a Christian licensed society. However, religion has always had an important position of authority in American society.
That's sort of begging the question. So what you've envisioned?
If you didn't, you wouldn't have individuals now that are trying to revert back to that to that better, great, or more moral time in history.
It's sort of begging the question. What you've said is you've outlined exactly what Christian nationalists would be. It would be Christians that are voting their conscience, etc. We've talked about, obviously, that's what the foundation of this country was about. In fact, we had states that had religious tests to even be able to vote.
He wouldn't have had to
and
get
federally,
those
the
stints
Constitution said that's okay.
if he
They didn't say you couldn't do that.
gone on
right?
the keto
The
diet
concept of
and
freedom of
started weight
speech is
training.
different. That says the government can't restrict your right to say something. That doesn't say that you're not allowed to vote your religion and your conscience, which is what we've agreed Christian nationalism is. It's quite clear that,
Well,
in fact, we see
you
from
can change
straight
right
from
up until the
Declaration of
moment that
Independence,
they
the fact that we're talking
that you
about
have
things
the heart
coming from a
attack.
higher
That's
power,
the thing.
invoking God's name. It's clear that this
He
was
could have
part and parcel.
changed
That our
right up
founding
until he
fathers
had
in
the heart
United
attack. If
States
he'd
thought
done
that
a
it was
water
absolutely
fast the
important.
day
That's why they
before
guaranteed you
he
freedom
had
of
the heart
religion.
attack, if
You
he'd
should be
started a
allowed
water
to use your
fast
religion and
and
practice
gone
it.
4 or
There's
5
nothing
days
wrong
without
with
food,
using that
he would
in
have
order to
ate
inform
into
how you
those
vote politically.
blockages, cleared his blood.
The reason I brought that up
Would
was
have
something you
avoided
said
the
in your
heart
opening
attack.
statement, which I found quite funny, but you re-entrench here. You say, but that's antithetical to the First Amendment. No, not at all. You can't say we weren't Christian nationalists because these Christian leaders allowed you to speak freely. In fact, that proves the opposite. It doesn't prove that we weren't more akin to Christian nationalism. It proves that under a Christian nationalist society, people were free to vocalize disagreements. You weren't forced to
Okay,
practice
well, if he hasn't had a
Christianity
heart
whatsoever.
attack, if he hasn't had
And
an
so
actual
I would contend
blockage
that
happen,
the example
then
actually disproves what you're suggesting.
he could avoid the
I
stints
could do the
if
same
he just
thing
did
to you. I
like
could
a
say, well, under your framework of not embracing
water fast,
Christianity or saying that
does
it
some
shouldn't
niacin
be
and
used,
fish
we
oil
have things
and
like secularism that led
exercises.
to the Bolshevik Revolution that led to 50 million people
And
dying
keto.
and being murdered. Or I could say,
But
when
he'll
you
get the
say
stints.
slavery groups, I could say the fact that blacks are 27 times more likely to kill a white than vice versa has to do with blacks that aren't entrenching in Christianity. People in black communities that tend to go to church more aren't involved in those statistics whatsoever. So, again, we could cherry pick and say certain bad people have claimed to be this religion and done stuff. I think there are way more bad people in our current society that choose to revoke religion and Christianity in particular, which leads to all sorts of worse outcomes.
So I don't understand you bringing some of your examples. Are you saying that then by creating this Christian nationalist society that all of a sudden we get rid of certain crimes and all of a sudden we have a much more moral society?
I don't think it would get rid of crimes. Nowhere would I suggest there be utopia. What I think is if we embrace more of a Christian ethics when it comes to the way we do laws and the way we form our culture, we'll get away from the materialist pursuits that have led things like declining birth rights, increased abortion, increased violent crime, increased sort of interest in bringing in people who are affecting the rest of the world as opposed to looking out for the interest of the people of this country. So yes, I think the closer we get to Christianity embraced as a culture certainly would lead to better outcomes, but never perfect. I would never suggest that. One thing we could talk about specifically, do you think that the murder of children is something that is a high priority and things that we should challenge and try to avoid?
Or when you say murder of children, are you speaking about abortion?
Sure.
What's the question?
When does life begin?
When you are a living, breathing human being, and when you're in the world. But I should also ask you, is there a difference between life and living?
Yes, living is the present tense of life, but
If
The
you're,
question, but
if you are a vegetable right now, are you alive?
yes,
Would you call that living?
yes.
You would call that having an excellent quality of life in terms of what, in terms of
Oh
as
my
a
God,
medical
that's a
qual-
straw man.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
You would call
said
that having an excellent
quality. You're adding
quality?
qualifiers
No,
that
he
I
didn't
never
say
put on.
that.
I would say it's life and it's living. I think there's a lot of people that aren't vegetables that aren't living an excellent quality of life, largely because they don't embrace a Christian ethic. But that doesn't mean I would deem that their life's not worthy and therefore exterminate them, as you suggest when it comes to the unborn. Given that you're let me ask you, let's get into the details. If a woman is 9 months pregnant and decides 2 days before her due date she doesn't want the child, seeing as how you don't think that it's, quote, living, should she be allowed to exterminate that child?
At that point the child is already if it's a fully formed, which is the reason why abortion is only allowed up to a certain term.
That's not true whatsoever. There are plenty of laws in specific states that say that's not the case. For example, in New York, their law specifically says that a woman and a doctor, for reasons of affecting her health, I forget the way that it's actually explained in the actual court cases that have litigated this in New York, but basically the specific language it says is if there's distraught or harm to the woman, and they define harm as the following things: physical harm, financial harm, emotional harm, mental harm. Now, I'm not trying to get too personal, but I assume you know someone in your adult life that's been pregnant, whether it be yourself or someone. Would you say they went through emotional pain?
I would say so.
Yes, that means that under the New York law that you're literally legally allowed to have an abortion up till 9 months. All the doctor and the woman have to say is, I was undergoing mental, emotional, and physical anguish, and that abortion would be legal. Would you at least admit that that's grotesque, to have an abortion like that?
I can't say it's grotesque. I would say it because it's.
Is it murder?
I can't say it's grotesque to murder a child a week before it's due to be delivered.
Alive in the world.
Okay, Satan.
I can't consider it necessarily murder. And murder in itself is be a subjective.
Murder
but given
is
what
not
you just
subjective.
defined, you said, no, that is a living human being at 9 months. That's what you said. So then it should be clear that that's something that you would say is murder, that we should avoid that, correct? And now you're like, well, I don't want to answer it once you find out that laws like New York allows
When
it.
you're outside the womb, you are a living human being.
Okay, so then abortion should be allowed under any circumstances before you're outside the womb, because you're not a living human being.
Not at that time.
But what's the distinction? If you're not a living human being at 9 months in the womb, why is it that you differentiate and say that's not a living human being, but also you shouldn't be allowed to abort? What's that principle? Where's that come from? If it's not life, what's the principle that we shouldn't be allowed to take it away if the woman chooses?
Well, okay. Well, first of all, you are determining abortion based on on what you determine to be a living human being versus whether it is justifiable or not. You first need to ask me what is my concept on what is my belief on bringing unwanted children to the world. I don't think you should bring unwanted children into the world. I should also ask you, is your belief on abortion based on what you believe, or is it what is your Christian belief? Because my next question is, where is abortion mentioned in the Bible? To tell you
it is based on both. It is based both on my belief as a Christian in the sanctity of life, and God says he knew us even before we were in the womb, which implies that he knows us as living beings in this human life, even while we're in the womb. And also, I think that the scientific community, it is amazing. Even, if the best evidence shows that life begins at conception, but even if you want to take it further than that, it is quite clear that any abortion after the first trimester is murder and barbaric. And so, both in a religious sense and a scientific sense.
Your opinion,
and it seems let me finish real quick. I promise. You may say that it's my opinion, etc., but you didn't really answer the question. You've sort of been all over the place, and this gets to the point where I'm going with the idea of ethics and truth. I don't know how you could ground it. Just saying that you're a deist, you believe there's a God. Where does your truth come from? And we can see right now the reason to embrace Christianity and objective truth, even in this conversation. You've seemed to waffle on whether or not we should be allowed to kill a 9-month child in the womb. You don't really have an explanation. You're just like, well, it's not a life, but we shouldn't take it, but maybe we should allow. And then you talk about not bringing unwanted children in. Okay, I'll ask you this. seeing as how you've conceded the child 9 months into the womb isn't a living human, and if we say that this woman doesn't want the child, so it's unwanted, should she be allowed to exterminate it?
In a sense of an abortion, it is that maybe not a right thing to say or a nice thing to say, but that is I can see where that's justifiable. But I asked you a question before. Where is abortion mentioned in the Bible?
I said, God said I knew you before you were in the womb.
No, where is it specifically mentioned in the Bible that abortion is?
That is such a
sin
fucking
or crime,
bad faith argument. Where is it specifically
It's not.
mentioned?
Again, just because it doesn't say the word abortion, and by the way, I must inform you that I'm not the biggest theologian, nor will I claim to be able to quote scripture or anything like that in an impressive way. What I said was I gave you my interpretation of God saying he knew us even before we were in the womb. We were formed, we were human, our spirit was human, right? Given that, and the Bible clearly says that murder is wrong, you don't disagree with that, right?
The Bible.
Yes, that wouldn't be murder if it's...
When is murder right or wrong if it is advocated in certain parts of the Bible?
Panda, just because Christians are responsible for something doesn't mean that they are necessarily always going to be the sole dominant force. Jews statistically have an above average IQ, and they have a meritocratic-based culture, and therefore some of them are going to pursue the scientific method, and because they statistically have a higher than average IQ, they're going to excel in the scientific method. Simple as that.
Yeah, I mean,
that doesn't mean that Judaism helped create the scientific method. That's non sequitur.
So a killing that is justified is not murder.
The Japanese people are really good at making cars. Did the Japanese invent cars?
It's all killing murder. And therefore, if he said to do it, it was not wrong. Now, I'll turn the question. You could till you're blue in the face say, I think your interpretation of the Bible is wrong. You could actually be right. But at least I'm pointing to a source of objective truth, even if my interpretation's wrong. How do you determine what is murder? Where do your ethics come from? How do you know when the taking of a life is justified or not? In my interpretation, and I think I think almost the entirety of the scientific community would agree, you just said it's okay to kill a 9-month baby in the womb. That's the killing of an innocent life. It's okay. How are you not falling for the very same thing?
Why is it okay for you to determine what everybody's concept of abortion would be when you yourself called it an interpretation? You yourself called the Bible, which you use your frame of reference as to why abortion should be disallowed and why it's considered murder.
Hey, Kate, do you want to get me a protein shake while I'm waiting on dinner?
What is when it's okay to murder?
Thank you.
And when it's not. So why is it okay for the Bible to say when it's okay to murder and when it's not, and it's not okay for a person to determine what they consider murder and what they don't consider murder? If I don't consider abortion murder, why do you have the right to tell me otherwise?
Okay.
Your own Bible tells you the same thing.
All right, one, why do you answer my questions with questions? That would be number one. So I noticed that you avoided the question, but I will answer your question and then turn it back to you. Let's concede for a second that you're correct, that everything I'm saying is totally subjective, that I have a complete wrong reading of the Bible, and the Bible's not true anyways, or whatever you might want to say. And so therefore, we shouldn't preference my view on what murder is when applying to abortion and the killing of unborn life. Okay, why should we prefer your priority? What you've effectively said is this: well, because we think the Bible is subjective, you shouldn't be allowed to have an opinion and vote on when you think abortion should be legal or not, and say that you think it's murder. You shouldn't be allowed to do that. However, me, who has a complete subjective morality and has my own unique interpretation, I should be allowed to say that it's legal to take this step. Given that, if I subjectively renounce the Bible right now and say subjectively, I feel I'm allowed to kill people and take their car, that's my morality, who are you to tell me I can't do that?
Checkmate, atheist.
I'm trying to fit all your things together, but
yeah, Rob, would you like to clarify the question a little bit?
Yeah.
Right. If your argument is, Rob, your interpretation of the Bible,
according to her, she's a deist, but to me, that really just means
you shouldn't be allowed to have a stance on
I don't
abortion,
really believe in anything.
and whether or not we should be allowed to take the
I have
life
some
of a
vague
non-mother.
notion that a God
However,
exists.
you, that's like, I just believe there's a God, but I don't know who it is, right? You have a code of morality that's completely subjective yourself. right? And
All
you
right,
say
looks like
that
we're
code of
even on the
morality
board
means
again, boys.
that you should be allowed to determine abortion law. My argument then becomes this. If you say, because there's subjectiveness in my morality, because of your feelings on my interpretation of the Bible, means I shouldn't be allowed to say when you're allowed to murder someone, why should you be allowed to say the same to me? If I say I reject Christianity and now my morality is what's best for me is best, and I choose to take your stuff and murder you, why is that wrong? Why should you have any say in that?
It comes down to who has the right to have an opinion.
Correct. Shouldn't we all?
Yes.
So if the majority of the people in this country are Christian, and we say that they are allowed to have their opinion and vote their conscience and their religion, and they vote to outlaw abortion, why shouldn't they be allowed?
Is the majority of Americans Christian?
Yes, at least they claim to be.
Okay, is if that's the case, then if their belief system is based on subjectivity,
You want up?
then
Dude.
it becomes problematic if their belief system
You can get up
becomes
with
the
that.
rule of law.
You can get up with
There's
that.
nothing wrong in believing what you believe. There's nothing wrong in
Daddy
having
will-
your faith.
You can go get
But
something
what
and
I
Daddy
keep
will
saying
read
is
you,
that
but Daddy
it
is watching his friend's
problematic
hockey
when
game.
this becomes
Daddy's
a
friend
rule
is on the
when your
ice.
faith or religion
And so
becomes
Daddy
a rule
wants
of
to
law. Because if
be
you
here
are
to support his friend.
if you are actually admitting that there is that religion coincides with subjectivity, how can you have a rule of law that is based on subjectivity?
Okay, so then what should we base rule of law on?
Logic.
Okay, so logically,
idea of right or wrong.
okay, logically then, what is the logical
don't do that.
time when we're allowed to abort?
I'm not a doctor. I'm not
Oh,
a,
so then, but you believe you have a preference and you'll vote for it. Isn't that preference subjective?
my
No.
my general understanding of abortion is that it is more than just the concept of, well, as soon as you have a child,
Okay,
you have
fine.
a life. If I'm holding an acorn in my hand, am I holding a tree? No, because it hasn't.
You don't get to
developed
hit
a
Daddy
whole
and then stay on Daddy's lap.
So this is why I cannot see a child or a fetus in the same way that you do. But
I mean, that's subjective, right? You're subjectively saying I don't see it the same way. You, by very nature, you're announcing
Son of a
something that's
bitch,
subjective.
they scored on
The
us.
truth is, like, we could
Man.
get into a lengthy discussion. When you
They
say
have been
logic,
1 point up basically this
Leslie,
whole
were you gonna
game.
end that with a question? I apologize.
I was just gonna
Was
say
gonna
this is why
give that
this
to
is
you.
why this is why you have to corner subjectivity with what is logic and what is a definitive idea of right and wrong.
okay, how do we determine what's logic and what's definitively right or wrong?
Well, something either makes sense or it doesn't.
Okay, I don't think it
Right
makes
and
sense
wrong,
to kill.
two-
I don't think it makes sense to kill
Right.
babies 9 months in the womb.
It will never be wrong.
I don't think it makes sense to kill babies 9 months in the womb. You disagree?
I don't know how to respond to that. I will
Whose
just
side is?
my-
Let's say.
listen. My understanding of abortion, I do not agree with bringing unwanted life into this world. I do not agree with bringing with the idea of bringing life into this world for a child who is going to be subjected to a horrible quality of life, who may have a life of extreme complication. That is That is actually the right of that unborn child that people don't think of. You may not be the one who's responsible of taking care of that, but
Oh,
that is
I
my-
speak for
that
the
is what I
unborn
believe.
children. What if they don't want
Okay,
to be
but-
born?
They say
Okay,
they change
Satan.
that. So
But
what
again-
I'm saying is as this is why we can talk about our ideas and what we agree with and what we don't. If you're going to create laws in society, this is why it is best to go through what is logical and what is right or wrong.
All right,
But you
Leslie,
have no-
let's
Why
let
we
that
have-
let that in right there so he can respond to the first part of that statement.
But
Go
you
ahead,
have no. The mere fact that you can't answer the 9-month question shows that you don't have a concept of logic. You literally are just saying, well, what I feel is logic, and that's logically right. But in order to do that, we'd have to know what truth is, and then be able to use a system to determine what is logical. And the truth is that there are plenty of people that are using
She
logic
would
to have
make me
all
mad
sorts
if
of
she
different
wasn't just
subjective
another product of
opinions
modernity.
on issues of policy, such as abortion. We could take this to every single issue. For example, we could take it to the tax rate. We could take it to immigration. We could take it to LGBT rights. We could take it to sort of laws about what should be legal as far as like certain narcotics, etc. None of these are just like there is a one answer. Logic tells us this is the exact answer. So we have to ask ourselves, how do we come to these opinions? And
Logic
the truth
actually
is,
dictates.
the best you have is
If you're
well,
talking
going to have
about
your
logic,
subjective
the
beliefs, and
most
you should be
logical
allowed to vote
thing
for that. Why
is
it
for
Christians
only
that aren't
straight
allowed
white
to
Christian
use-
men to be allowed to
I
vote.
think that there's objective
Not
truth in
allowing
Christianity,
gays
but for the sake
to
of this debate, you
exist
concede there's not.
at
It's
all.
subjective. Why should they be the only group that's not allowed to
Casting
use their subjective preferences?
every
And I'll
country
finish
that
with
doesn't
this,
submit
because I
to
know
our
you're gonna
whims
talk
in
for
a
a while.
nuclear
I'll finish
fire.
with this.
Like,
You talk about the
logic
rights of
dictates
that
a lot of
unborn
things.
baby
Atheists
to, if they were
have
going to
no
be born
idea
with
what they're
pain,
asking
the
for when
right
they
for them to
say the
never be
world should
born.
be governed by
Okay,
cold, hard
let's say
logic.
that's true. One, that's not all that you're defending or all what abortion is. In fact, the majority of late trimester abortions are actually elective and aren't for the health of the woman or the health of the child. And secondly, who are you to make that determination? If I, for example, determine that your quality of life is low and that you're in chronic pain, am I allowed to say I get to make said earlier, you liken the unborn to like a person that's in a coma. So if you don't believe that person in a coma is an actual life, does that mean you, an outside person, get to make all of those decisions?
Got lost there just a little bit, unless you wanted her to answer the very last question.
She can answer whatever she wants. I feel she's talking in great lengths of stretches, so if I continue to just ask one question, leave her talking great length, I'll be at a disadvantage. So I'm trying to get out multiple
Yeah, I
questions.
understand that, and I typically like when people self-regulate like that. You've been doing good about asking questions, Leslie. I've been trying to give you opportunities
Damn.
since you're not
I did
asking
not
as many
see when they-
questions.
when they got two up on
we
us.
got about halfway through, a little over 36 minutes in, to a little bit more questions, so that you can get a little more. Rob, you've been taking the first hour. I'll give you, or half hour, so I'll give you that, and then we could go to timed responses too if you feel like both of your responses are too long.
I'm fine with this. I didn't think
you guys are doing great.
It's about Christian nationalism, and you somehow segued into abortion. I will say that in keeping with my idea, with my statement that there's too much subjectivity related to Christianity for that to be the law of really debating abortion. But if you're going to ask me about that, I gave you my position on that. Your opinion is not going to change. Your statements are not going to change my opinion. So I'm going to bring it back to what we are supposed to be debating about, which is Christian nationalism. There's a couple of things that you brought up in your beginning. You talked about how great societies have been formed out of Christianity. You talked about how come nobody wants to go to, say, Islamic countries. So the reason why I'll respond to that, I will ask you, why do you think it is that people don't want to go to Islamic countries? Because you mentioned something about Christianity, but I'll ask you, why do you think that people don't want to go to Islamic countries?
Because those countries are terrible and they enshrine in their culture and law terrible practices that are bad for almost everyone. Whereas in the West, we embrace values that are best for everyone, including people that aren't Christians, because of the Christian ethics that we've had.
Okay, so basically it's because, first of all, we can't speak to the fact that there are people on the African continent that choose to migrate to other countries that are Islamic. You can't paint all Islamic countries under the same brush. When you reference Western society and the U.S., for example, it is a free society. So when you get into what is
that is such a
motivation
disingenuous
of a Christian
argument.
national
A free
society,
society
you are
versus a
actually
non-free
going to
society.
end
Yeah,
up
all the
removing
free
what it means to
societies
be
are
a free
Christian in
society.
origin,
So
and most of the
actually,
non-free ones are
is in
Islamic.
contradiction to what you're saying.
Okay, one, I brought up abortion because it's something you brought up in your opening statement. Second, I
With a
happen
few
to
notable
feel that as a
exceptions,
society,
like
we
Japan.
should be judged based
I would
on
say
the most
Japan's a
innocent
free
crimes and
society,
protecting the
relatively
most
speaking.
innocent. I think murder of the most innocent is definitely something that should be at the top of our priority list as to whether or not we think it's a good society. For example, you would not think it's a free society if we decide to butcher everyone over the age of 75 years old. You would say, that's not free, that's horrible, that society needs to be shunned. Yet somehow with the unborn, we just throw it away. The fact that your stance is subjective of that, irrelevant. Now you make this point about free society. One, I bring it back to this. You saying that Christianity is too subjective, you yourself vote for positions based on your subjective belief. To hand wave it and say, no, everything I do is based on logic is nonsensical, as is evidenced by the fact that you don't know what you're talking about on the abortion topic, and yet you still vote for certain preferences on that. Secondly, what do you mean that these aren't free societies? You're implying once more, you're conflating two things. You're conflating what we've agreed Christian nationalism is, which are Christians embracing their religion in order to affect what the culture and what the law should be, versus some evil man who's Christian saying, I want slaves and the handmaiden's tale. That is not what Christian nationalism is. So explain to me why allowing Christians
puck
to vote
almost
for
hit the
their
damn camera.
preference for leaders that are also Christians that push for Christian culture and laws, how that's not free.
That is symptomatic of a free society, being able to vote for what you want. But when you end up with a society that is under Christian law, your lawmakers are Christian, your government is Christian, it is intended that your education is entrenched with Christianity. Everything is Christian. You are no longer a free society.
Was that not the founding of the country of the United States? Was it free?
It was founded as a democratic society.
No, the word democracy is not even in the Constitution.
It was founded as a free society.
Okay, but it still embraced what I'm calling Christian nationalism, correct? So it was a free society that was Christian nationalism.
Okay, what was the history of America always a good one?
No, but it's the best. We fought a war to end slavery. We are the best country. That's why so many people try to get in.
So under your under what you consider to be a country that had always had kind of ties to Christian nationalism, why you can admit that there have been dark periods of American society?
Yes, of course. We could say this about any. There is no utopian society. Name me the society that hasn't
This is
had dark
such a
periods.
stupid argument these people try to use.
Just name one.
America did bad things, so
Any society
Christianity not good.
History of dark periods.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's
So
not
you
an
saying
argument,
that there have
retard.
been dark periods isn't an impugning of Christian nationalism. I'm saying yes, but it's still the best.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that there has always been a part of American history where religion has had significant authority. We can look back to some of the darkest parts of American history and know that they were connected to religion, or they connected to Christianity. So
We can do that.
this is why it is problematic for the church.
The
Christian
worst
church to have
atrocities
that
in
much
human
power
history were committed by
in
atheists.
society.
Again, like maybe I'll try to answer this in a different
Such a
way. You
laughably
talked about
weak
societies,
position
the
to
reason
hold.
that people are coming to the West is because they're
If
quote,
Christianity
free
good, why
societies, correct?
USA do
Can
bad
you name
thing?
me any
I don't
of
know. If
those countries
atheism
that you
good,
deem
why
free
Stalin?
societies that at one point in their history didn't have Christianity prominently feature in its culture and law? Just one.
That did not.
Correct.
I can't think of any right now.
So again, it seems that what you're doing is exactly what I said. You've taken these societies that have these things that you like, that primarily got there because of the benevolence of Christians, right? That created these societies that you say are the best, and yet you condemn the very religion and morality that allowed us to get to that point. It doesn't seem to make sense.
But it didn't get there due to innovation or invention, or maybe the civil rights movements in any of those countries. It didn't get there because of that. It didn't get there because of the women's rights movement.
But those things occurred because of Christianity. Christianity was a precursor. Name me the country. Okay.
In spite of Christianity.
If that's true, we could test this. Then name me the country that those things appeared that weren't originally based on Christian values.
I don't understand the question.
So we have a disagreement. You're saying, no, it's because of civil rights values and stuff, not because of Christianity. My contention is we got to where we're at because of the benevolence of Christian values and caring about your fellow man in ways that other moral or religious philosophies don't. And so we're at an impasse. Who's right? Christianity. So one of the ways we would test that is to say, okay, let's name a country that wasn't having Christianity prominently featured into it that led to these good things you're talking about. Go ahead. What's that country?
I can't think of that off the top of my head.
So it seems,
But
doesn't it seem, I'll say this real quick, doesn't it seem strange that you're saying these good things happened despite Christianity, but they only happened in countries that heavily had Christians? Doesn't that seem odd to you? Doesn't that make you question whether or not Christianity had something to do with it?
I didn't say that though.
It did seem, you said that this happened despite Christianity, things like the civil rights. That's what it sounded
No.
Did I mishear?
I said that that countries like America were able to become the favorable country that is today, despite coming from a place where Christianity was a dominant force in the law.
Right. I don't think it's despite.
I'm not saying that Christians themselves were not influential in parts of this.
It's
like,
not
say, the civil
despite.
rights movement
It's
because
because of you
Christians,
stupid
but
git.
if you look at parts of society, parts of history where the church had significant power, there has always been a part of history where there has been corruption and persecution that is related to the church being in power. So this is why I keep saying it is problematic when you have church as a rule of law, and that is a distinction between that and you yourself being a Christian and voting for what you believe is in line with your Christian values.
Which you've conceded is Christian nationalism. So lucky for me, I'm not suggesting that our country should be controlled by a particular faction of the Christian church. So you're arguing a straw man. I'm not making those sorts of arguments. You say that these good things that you call good happen despite Christianity being involved culturally and politically. I think that it's not in spite of, it's because of. That most of the good things that make what you're calling these countries free society exist the way they are. And I think that's proven by the fact that you can't even name one country that didn't prominently feature Christianity that you would call free society. Furthermore, when you talk about, well, we can't label everything, there are certain people in Africa that desire to go to Islamic countries. Maybe that could be true. There is nothing that is universally true, but the overwhelming propensity from people around the world, if they got to choose what country to live in, would be the United States or another Western country of European ancestry. And there's a reason for that. And so the idea that somehow, again, when it comes down to it, there's this sort of conflation going on where you're like, but like, if we had an official state church that was making declarations like the Pope was in charge of the entire country, that would be bad. I'm not suggesting it. I'm merely suggesting there's something inherent in all humans to have a moral philosophy which they then use to influence culture, politics, etc. And Christians should absolutely embrace that. You've sort of conceded that that is true. All humans have that. And yet it's only Christians that we should avoid allowing to express that through cultural input and political input. I don't understand why.
Well, you don't understand why because you're conflating what I'm saying. I'm going to say again, there is a difference between you being allowed to be, you being free to have your faith and believe what you want to believe and vote according to your faith. There's a difference between that and your faith being the rule of law. I'll use an example of why the church being an authority is a. When I say the church, I'm just using that as a general term. When the church had power, instead of when there was no distinction between church and state, instead of there was a shuffling of pedophilic and predator priests from parish to parish, instead of them being held under a court of law, in a secular court of law, and being held accountable for their crimes. Well, because the church had authority, those issues were dealt with under the church system.
Okay.
Why is this happening? Because, pardon me?
When was this? Can you give me an example?
Okay.
When was there a scandal?
These scandals you're talking about, when? Just so I have an idea, when and where, so I have an idea of the society you're talking about. You talking about like the Catholic priest scandal? Judged in an actual court?
Yes.
Okay, let me ask you this. Did you know that overwhelmingly your child is far more likely to be sexually assaulted in a public school, which by the way is secular and has had Christianity removed from it? So far more children, and the same problem happens. Teachers are covered up for, they're shuffled around. Now we see, thanks to progressive ideology, an increased rate of biological males identifying as females and then assaulting girls in girls' spaces in locker rooms. I liken that to your ideology and an anti-Christian ideology. That's the problem when we take Christianity out of schools. Now, you would say that's not fair. How could you lump that in?
What does that have to do with what I'm talking about with the church having so much authority that they're covering up for their crimes, and those crimes are adjudicated under a church setting and not.
They're not. They're not. What you're
nothing to do with what you just said.
They're not. What you're suggesting is this. It's not that their crimes were adjudicated under a church. In order for that to apply, what that would mean is this, that the state comes in and says, this priest molested this child. but we refuse to look into it because the church will take care of it. That is not what occurred. What you're suggesting occurred was that the church was aware of this, but instead of reporting it to the lawful authorities, which were outside the church, they covered it up. Well, the problem is that problem's far more extensive in the secular schools. To this day, they're covering it.
Thank you, Rob.
In fact, we see that the secular and the materialist and the anti-Christian factions of our governments today, and our culture today, is intentionally putting kids in sexual situations all over the place. Whether it be at pride events, whether it be at, you remember the footage that we saw of It's Not Gonna Lick Itself, that sign that was up, as you saw trans people or whatever, they call cross-dressers that were stripping in front of children and all this stuff. Sexualization is far more prevalent outside the church than within.
Racecars kind of getting shit on anyways, guys.
Non-religious groups, such as schools, are doing the same thing. In fact, the school unions are far worse at protecting people that assault children than the Catholic Church ever was. Nonetheless, Mom suggests you keep
everything he's saying about the schools being pedo farms is facts.
If we allow
look it up.
You conceded the definition of Christian nationalism, which are Christians having a moral framework, using that moral framework to influence culture and influence politics, voting for Christians in order to do the same. Like, you're just like, well, that will lead to a church that will cover up crimes. I don't see any evidence of that whatsoever. And the status quo is worse without Christians. So why is that a reason to avoid?
So if you're telling me that, if you are telling me that it is that under the regular school system, that this kind of shuffling and protecting of predators, that is a result of a non-Christian, of Christianity being taken out of the education system, and I'm telling you that has always been evidence of Christianity or faith covering up their crimes, and in the same manner, then how do you determine that one is a result of? How do you determine that the issue of covering up crimes in the education system is a result is a result of taking Christianity out, when I just told you that that problem exists under a Christian environment?
Right, that's exactly my point. You're actually inverting what my point is. You seem to want to do this. You're like, of course, there's no problem using Christian nationalism as we both agreed as it's defined, which would mean that you lose the prompt, that Christian nationalism isn't bad for society because you don't have a problem with it. You're like, but it would be a problem if certain things happen. One of those certain things would be if a church thought that they were above the law and they were able to cover for these things, as happened in the Catholic Church scandal. My answer was twofold. One, they weren't outside the law. If they chose to hide something from the legitimate law, that doesn't mean that they were outside the scope of the law, though. And secondly, that's a problem that's ubiquitous with humans in general. Anytime there's groups, they're likely to have corrupt individuals and cover things up. The problem is way worse outside the church than inside. What you seek to do is all the great things that came from Christian society, you say, those great things happen despite Christians doing these sorts of things. But let's look at the bad, and we will blame Christian groups for that. However, when we look outside of it and we say, okay, if that's the specific thing, the assault of children, it's far worse and covered up far worse in areas that are specifically non-Christian, like public schools. You're like, we can't count that. That's not fair. You're the one who wants to have your cake and eat it too.
Sorry to cut you off there. We got about 6-7 minutes left in the open dialogue, but I want to go ahead, maybe take this opportunity to move into closings and then the Q&A, if you guys are good with that. So Leslie, you can respond to his last point, and then there can be one more back and forth, and then we'll go to closings. Just want to keep it, pretty short. As James would like to say, pithy responses.
Sure.
Amazing. And guys, like the video and get your super chats in. We're about to go into the questions.
Yeah, so I'll just go with what my original statement is about Christian nationalism. A realistic perception of Christian nationalism is that it is basically advocating for religion to be power and the reestablishing of a patriarchy. In that instance, you are moving into a society that will no longer be free. I know that Rob is trying to convince you that it's just about Christians voting along based on their belief system, but based on what is already out there, and the fact that there's a reason why white supremacist groups and white nationalist groups are heavily aligned, and have always been aligned with Christian nationalism. That is not a coincidence. and the fact that anti-feminism and anti-LGBTQ and such as that has always been part of the Christian nationalist agenda. That is not a coincidence, and that's not something I'm making up. So I think this is the reason why I believe that Christian nationalism should not be is bad for society, because you are introducing faith as a rule of law, and as we have seen in history, whenever church and state have been enmeshed, there's always persecution, unnecessary persecution, corruption, and a history of violence that ensues. So definitely not. I believe that Christian nationalism is definitely bad for society.
All right, Rob, if you want to wrap your closing in with
Sure.
that. Yeah. And
No problem.
Yeah, Heaven Max, I did get poll control, so I will be putting a poll up maybe about halfway through the Super Chat Q&A. All right, go ahead, Rob, sorry.
Thank you, thank you. Well, I appreciate the debate. I thought it was very fun. I'm happy to do the super chats afterwards as well. Look, she says that I'm conflating something. She agreed with my interpretation. It took a little pushing, but she ends up conceding that my interpretation of Christian nationalism, which is Christians having a moral foundation in Christianity and what that entails, and then using that to influence culture and politics, is what we should embrace and what I call Christian nationalism. She agrees. She then goes back to her opening statement where she seems to give a different definition. She is all over the place in this debate, and it's unfortunate because I think there was more room to get into specifics, and I do apologize for that, but let me try to clear it up a little. It seems like her problem seems to be that Christianity is, quote, subjective. I think that Christianity is at least an attempt to be objective, even if your interpretation can be incorrect, as opposed to whatever interpretation she has, which is just a subjective morality. She gets out of it by saying, but we use logic, but as you can see, by the example of just the abortion debate and many others here, it's not so simple to say, oh, this is logic, we all know what it is, therefore here's the right answer. She is using her subjective preferences, and she concedes, basically, that all of us do that. So the only problem is, for some reason, many of these anti-Christian nationalist people seem to only have a problem when Christians use their interpretation of morality to influence culture and law. Why is that? She says that, I guess the implication would be us controlling women with reproductive rights, as she says, and patriarchy, and that is something to be avoided. I think murdering babies is something to be avoided. And she just hand waves it away. It's like, but that's subjective. Right, and your interpretation is subjective as well. She concedes that almost every society that she calls a free society at least had its roots in Christian ethics and principles, and yet she says they're free societies not because of that, but despite it. She concedes that there are plenty of societies that have ran away from those principles that are far worse, the Bolsheviks, etc. She keeps likening to white nationalism. I could play the same game. Again, I gave the example. It's always funny to me to hear this white nationalist boogeyman when we see with the SPLC indictment that's coming here. I don't think I would be worried about white nationalists killing me. I'd be worried about black people in the inner city far more than I would. And those black people in the inner city, which are 27 times more likely to use violence against a white person, the vast majority of those aren't the ones that you see going to church. Some of the best Christians I ever met were black men and women. Those people embrace an idea of objective truth and the Word of God, and they're very successful and amazing people. And yet we see what the secular culture in these inner cities has led to. We see the perversions that it's led to when it goes after our children. She cites the Catholic Church and says that's somehow a problem, but as she concedes, the problem's way worse in secular schools. So in all instances, I think that if Christians embrace the objective truth and the tenets of Christianity, although there could be disagreements on what branch that would be, I think that would lead to a better society for us all. And the proof's in the pudding, because the rest of the world is running to countries that were founded on these principles, like the United States, and they're fleeing the countries that weren't. So I think that means we should embrace our Christianity. And Leslie, the good news for you is it'll be a better society for you and all of us.
Can I say something quickly before we go to the quick Q&A?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, number one, when you talk about people are flocking to these Christian nations, my question to you is, where are the more likely to be killed by a black person? You're equating that to race. That's a socio-economic problem that has nothing to do with race. And by the way, the same way that you can talk about black on black crime, there's also white on white crime, and there is far more likelihood that
looks like the game ended
as a white person versus a black person. So
fuck, 8-0. That's brutal.
That into the
Allow me to answer. First, I fundamentally disagree that the majority of child trafficking is coming from Christian nations. In fact, that we see
I said people who visit countries that are hubs.
I don't know about
trafficking,
peak,
they are
man.
visited by
I'm
people
kind of trying to
that
play
are of these so-called
Pragmata.
Christian nations. Like say, going to Thailand or Indonesia, where are they coming from? Where are those clients coming from? From the
I
same
think that okay,
country.
I think they probably come from countries all over the world, but your own question impugns just how good Christianity is, because these non-Christian countries allow this stuff to flourish. And of course, if your point is there are bad actors in Christian countries, of course, that's true, just like there are in any country. However, we see the worst. For example, if we go to the Islamic world or we go to African nations, we can see that not only is child
Of course
sex
she
trafficking
said
prevalent, they
socioeconomic
actually have
problems, but
open-air
all
slave
these
markets
people
in some
believe.
places, and they've legalized child brides.
Even
So
though
if
the
it's
data
certainly
has
worse in those
totally and
countries,
thoroughly
to your
debunked
second
that
question, you say
bullshit.
that it's socioeconomic. That's rubbish. It's cultural. For example, recent studies have showed if you take the top income bracket of black men and the lowest income bracket of white men, the black men are still more likely to commit violent crimes like murder. And you say, as a white person, I'm more likely to kill by a white person. That's true, though barely. In fact, that's true of every race except for blacks, ironically. Every race, the second most group likely to kill them is blacks, except blacks, because, I mean, they're most likely to kill themselves, and Asian Americans. Believe it or not, with Asian Americans, they're more likely to be killed by blacks than by Asians. So there is certainly a problem that's beyond just, well, people are poor in the black community, not to mention that a lot of the reasons that people are poor is because of the poor cultural decisions in the black community. However, when we see the blacks that tend to get out of that terrible situation, largely it's because they have strong family units in Christianity. So the very solution to your problem, particularly in these inner city black communities, where the vast majority of these murders, over 50% of murders coming from this community, is Christianity and embracing that sort of ideology. But instead we wax on about January 6th and white supremacy. The truth is there's more of a demand for white supremacy in the Western world than there is a supply. And I'm far sick and tired of people blaming white men like there's something to be ashamed of when there's far other
I gotta let you fizzle out there for a second. Someone's got to have the last word. So you can respond to him, and then if there has to be one more response, I'm gonna have to just ixnay on that.
It's okay.
Yeah, I understand the difference between socioeconomic condition versus.
Well, I'm going back to Pragmata. Rob Noor absolutely destroyed that person. Absolutely fucking body bagged her. It is amazing how utterly indefensible these people's worldviews are. All comes down to, well, that's my preference. Yeah, your preference that you have because you're indoctrinated with Christian morality. All right. Let's cook, boys.
Where to next? What's that?
There's a big ass gun.
Ah, the ball's rolling away.
Okay. This gun really sucks. I need it to be better. I really, thank God. I was hoping the next one was ammo. Okay. now before we get a bleach first. I bleach first. What? This, if you get to the top floor, you find Tom Cruise hooked up to machines and shit like the God Emperor. Trolling Scientology is a great American pastime. Godspeed, gentlemen. The youth are using their chaos powers for good. This is one instance where the Scooby-Doo method works. You gotta split up and run as fast as possible. So this is literally a Scientology-owned facility, and they just run in and start fucking around. Because that's pretty funny if they're actually doing that. All right, I'm as packed as can be till tomorrow morning. Pack these nuts in your mouth. Ooh, I can further upgrade my thrusters. Ooh, the rate of fire on that weapon is ass. And I do love it. But mobility is kind of proving to be king.
No! There's no way that's real. This is all CGI, bro. No, bro, you know what it reminds me of? Remember that FBI agent who was dancing and his gun flew out of his pocket?
An FBI agent's backflip at a club looked pretty impressive until this happened. He lost his gun and accidentally shot someone.
That dude didn't even go to jail.
This will never not be funny. This is a Protestant server. In Muslim countries, it's legal to be Christian, but not to leave Islam to become Christian. So in this server, pre-existing Catholics and Orthos are welcome, but converts may be subject to random banishment. It's not just for disagreeing. I'm just trying to stop the wave of mass conversion. See, this is what I don't understand. Why should we, in Christianity, trip when our brothers and sisters convert to a different flavor of Christianity? Like, especially from the Protestant view, converting to Orthodoxy should be fine. Catholicism, I can see the objection because objectively there's things in Catholicism that might just get you sent to hell. But, like, if you're a Protestant and your friend is like, I'm converting to Orthodoxy, you should be fine with that. Like, I can't find anything in Orthodoxy that I think would keep you from salvation. And if anything, I think Orthodoxy has a stronger, more rigid structure that protects itself from some of the Marxist invasion that Protestantism has been subject to. So what the hell is this?
Stir fry.
Stir fry. Fry of stir.
Yep.
See, what you do is you take a bunch of fries and you stir it with some oil in a pan and you spit in it, maybe a little dead rat, some gravel from the road out front, and then magic, and then boom, delicious stir fry.
Yep.
There's a dead rat in here.
At least it's not what it smells like.
No. No, it smells really good. Chicken stir fry.
Yep. I have a shit ton of chicken.
He's a Calvinist. He probably thought most might not have a chance to be among the elect, but I imagine he's so Calvin-brained that he thinks Orthodox deaf make you non-elect. Yeah, and see, that Calvinism, it... I hope he is dissuaded from that heresy at some point, because to say that Christ's blood did not cover anyone who is willing to accept him is overt heresy. How did you know about the deer cartilage from the bones outside? Emerald. I improv'd a poem earlier. We need to clip it. Fry of stir. Okay.
Oh, there it is. Ah, the ball's rolling away.
It's literally staying exactly where it was. There's that, and the belief that he thinks God pre-chosen to get, which is a whole other bag of worms. Yeah. Yeah. God pre-selecting some people to fry is not congruent with the idea of an all-loving God.
Yeah, especially when there's a scripture that literally says he wishes that all should come to salvation and none should perish.
Right. I truly do not understand how... truly do not understand how the hell you come to the conclusion that Calvinism is the thing. That just makes no damn sense to me. Alright. Load out. Load out. Looks good. Okay. So this game cost me $60. I would wait. It's certainly worth money. It's worth paying for. $60? I don't know. Let me get a little further along in the story. Shrieking penises and night terrors among 200 long COVID symptoms found in study. I think you mean shrinking. He said shrieking penises and night terrors among 200 long COVID symptoms found in study. Pretty sure he meant shrinking.
Well,
But I will say, if my P started shrieking in the night, I would be terrified too.
Well, I've been thinking maybe something with
That would cause night terrors
How
for
about
sure.
something Japanese? Isn't that where you're from?
Like doctor.
Like you'd see the temples in Nara. They're made entirely from wood, but can supposedly stand over 1,000 years.
Nothing but wood. Just thinking about it.
Oh.
Wow.
You'd need wooden samples at least 100 years old for something that strong.
Huh, a worthy challenge. But with lunar filament, everything is possible. Everything.
So what's next after work finishes on New York?
Well, I've been thinking maybe something with a bit more history. How about something Japanese? Isn't that where you're from?
What about something in the Kigumi?
Breaking news from Delphi. Delphi Corporation, which has experienced rapid growth through lunar development, today announced a strategic partnership between its CEO, leading expert in quantum technology. Industry observers are eagerly awaiting the results of this collaboration, particularly the potential of the miracle material lunar filament when combined with Delphi's unparalleled lunar development capabilities. Oh boy. Quantum technology, huh? I feel like the techno-zerg virus thing, because of the quantum technology, quantum nanotech, yeah. Yeah. We're dealing with cyborg zerg virus.
Dr. Neil Higgins. That name rings a bell.
The stir fry's pretty good. Just logically speaking, I should be able to double jump. So I'm kind of mad that I can't. I'm an idiot.
Got it! One more to go.
All right. It's all downhill from here. Hold on to your hiney.
My what?
Like something out of an amusement park here.
Where?
I'll tell you later.
Okay. I do agree that Subnautica 2 is going to be cool. I'm just wondering how many of us are going to actually... I'm going to get it, so I'm wondering, like, So it sounds like it's gonna be me, you, Groofus. I wonder if we can get Maru in
I
there.
wonder what would happen if we turn this on.
We could probably get Racecar in there too. Handling the limb recycler when disposing of bots. In the limb recycler, strictly follow these steps below. Place the target object in the irradiation zone. Verify that the object is completely inside the irradiation zone, then activate the recycler. Standing within the irradiation zone, recycler activation will result in fatal lacerations. Nice. So bored out of my mind. I wanted a job that actually mattered, so I volunteered to help out managing the recycling unit, but even here the bots do it all, leaving me with nothing to keep my hands or mind busy. Routine tasks, heavy lifting, precision work, everything escapes. Sometimes I wonder were the bots created not to serve us, but to take away any sense of purpose we might have had. Yeah. I like that this game is asking these questions. This game is actually hitting at some very deep philosophical issues associated with the creep of technology. Deep respect to the devs for tackling that shit. Yeah, this shit is definitely...
So use this.
This shit is definitely quantum space aids. A defense unit that creates a lifelike hologram decoy that will draw enemy attention for a short time. When deployed, the decoy itself does not deal damage. Nice. Oh yeah, that'll be... Hell yeah, that will be very useful.
Use that to fool bots 100% of the time. Maybe.
Maybe. I love the confidence there, kid.
Here it comes! Look out! You! Jump, you! Watch out! There's more!
Oh shit.
Defenses are down.
Scary son. Now it's my turn.
Jump, you!
You go to hell. You go to hell and you die.
Be careful!
Oh. Oh shit. Good job, kid. Huh? Yeah.
It's over.
Hey, Party.
Yeah. I do want cocaine. I mean Coca-Cola.
Would you like some stir fry? Are you hungry? Are you sure? You wanna come eat? Get some num-nums? You don't know?
I mean, she's had a lot of food today. She might not be hungry.
You don't know. Well, if you change your mind, Mommy will set you up in your chair.
End of the road?
Stir fry it. I'm pretty sure you love it.
A century-old TV designed for transmitting sound and images also serves as a stylish decor piece.
Our only way out is down.
Small issue, the company has done immense damage. There's a whole conversation happening that I missed. Hang on. What do you mean they've done immense damage to the game? Thankfully, they were forced to rehire them, but I doubt that with Crafted doing the shit they did, it's going to be what the devs nor the fans hope for the final product frame. Oh, I did hear about a bunch of controversy around the development of Subnautica 2. I haven't been following it. I don't know exactly what's been going on.
What's he doing, Reno?
That reminds me of the attic in my old room back home. That looks a lot like Dan's / my room. Yeah, this place needs some life breathed into it for sure.
Needs some TLC.
Fucking A.
Wow. Oh boy. Oh, it's got potential.
Yeah, it does.
It's got some potential to be really nice.
Yeah, bro. I saw the DM before you said anything here in chat.
Yeah.
Been flicking through the pics. Yeah.
That's...
You got your work cut out for you, bro.
But the bones are really good, and I mean, like I said, it's got potential to be really nice.
They were going to get it done by 2026, and they promised the devs fucking or some shit, and then fired them before they hit the deadline.
Shit.
Yeah, that's some shady shit.
This stir fry turned out pretty good.
It did.
Baby?
Yeah.
You want some chicken? You want it?
I had a feeling this would happen.
Me too. Shoot now! Overdrive protocol on standby. Overdrive protocol initiated.
Is that it?
Yeah. Is that good chicken? That yummy? You want some more?
I'll make you more chimkin.
Mm-hmm. Here,
A
baby.
superior amount of chimkin.
Yeah. Yeah, because you've had a ton of carbs today. protein in it. Go ahead and just snack it.
Oh my god. Happy second birthday on the moon, my love. Did you make another one of those fake cakes with the food replicator like last year? I can't wait until next year when we can finally celebrate your birthday together. Only 6 more months until we're back in each other's arms. So proud of you, honey. I love you. Coco says she can't wait to see you. Meow. Wow.
Is it good?
Pet bot lottery application. After a long suspension, we're reopening the lottery application for pet type animal bots. This round features 3 adorable models: cat, canaries, rats. And for this round only, you can customize iris and fur colors. Perfect for recreating your favorite Earth pet. Applying now to claim yours. Size, coat, and other details cannot be specified. All units must be returned to the cradle before Earth departure. I think we are planning on extending the walls and raising the roof for a larger upstairs space. Yep, I would. If you want me to talk to you about some ways you can get some funding to help with the reno, just let me know.
Party, huh?
Why do humans celebrate getting older?
Life's worth celebrating. Every new year is another gift. But when you've almost had 40 of them like I have, they can blur together a bit.
Didn't really hide that one much, did they?
Oh, am I glad we found you!
This definitely isn't a there's not a focus on the combat difficulty in this game because they give you way too many opportunities to return to base and upgrade and that kind of shit.
All clear. No box in sight.
Yeah, I might do that, but goddamn, the lender is trying to stick it up my ass with a Ah! Wow. Yeah. Yeah, 7. What's your credit score, if you don't mind? You can tell me in DMs if you don't want people to know, but yeah, what's your credit score, dude? Because that is unreal. Your credit score is 750 and they're trying to saddle you with a... Dude, shop around if you can. That is dog shit. There's gotta be someone willing to give you a better interest rate than that.
You can copy yourself with that.
Your credit score is that good and they're trying to do that to you, dude? That's a dog shit lender. Who are you talking to right now for your loan? Do I remember the night of long knives? I remember that night I had with your mom. Bro, that doesn't... Bro, all I said is I had a night with your mom. That doesn't mean it happened since I knew Kate. Like, that's a stupid thing to say, dude. That means you're cheating. No, I never said I had that night with your mom last night or a week ago. That's a non sequitur, bro. Like, use your brain a little bit.
Hey, let me see.
Diana, don't. Okay.
I think I see how it works. I should be able to break this down. I'm gonna try something. 0.000000000.
Nice.
Yes. How was that? I want to do my part. I know I can help.
Glad to hear it.
She has the cutest smile.
I'm counting on you, kiddo.
Roger that.
Yeah, I hear you. Erase filament masses scattered throughout the cradle, clear block paths, uncover hidden items, and more. Okay. Cool. Well, now I feel like I gotta go back to earlier levels and block all that and unblock all those paths. I feel like there's a ton of loot that I can go get. The management system just threw up a warning. Your limb recycler usage is off the charts. Think about it. One tiny scrap or 3 giant chunks. Power cost is the same. Is using on high cost items whenever possible really that hard for you to grasp? Keep your head in the game, Kevin, or the AI might decide you're the next thing to recycle. I'm getting everything done in my loan payment every month with homeowners insurance. No, if your whole cost is only $1,000 a month, that's really not that bad. Not bad at all. You could even set aside a couple extra $100 every month to pay that down faster, and it would turn it into like a 15-year mortgage instead of a 20. Bro, why are you paying to time RX out? He didn't even do anything. I mean, time him out if you want, but I don't know why you're paying to time him out.
Someone. Quick! Look at the monitor! Oh, what
humans. Why? Where is Edith? Why isn't it doing anything?
Edith is the one that ordered the attack.
No, that can't be.
It's trying to get in.
It's almost there. Quick, we gotta get out of here.
What happened to these people? You know anything?
I haven't seen anyone besides you since leaving the vault.
Can't believe we haven't found any survivors. Not a good sign. I appreciate it.
Eh?
Oh, I'm just cleaning up my phone. You have too many things on here.
I mean, I'm glad you had a good game, but to be fair, ARAM victories don't count.
There.
Damn it.
Do you want some more chicken? You do? You like it? Whoopee! Is it good?
Oh, shit.
I owe you. Get some! Guys, take that!
Okay. Wrong button. I wish I noticed that there sooner.
Here it comes! Look out!
Skittery son. How you like this?
Shoot it where it's weak, you! Jump, you!
If you hadn't noticed, little robot girl, it was kind of laying on its ass with its groin between me and its weak spot, so I kind of had to shoot where I could.
Get ready!
Shit.
Here it comes! Look out!
Shit.
Stop skittering around!
Yeah!
Back off!
Jump, you!
Right on!
Fucking A. Oh shit. Why?
Get some! Good job, kid.
I'm getting tired of this fucking pea shooter and its really shitty limitations. Oh crap. Ow. Okay.
Credit Karma is keeping track of the interest that I still owe on my my Capital One cards.
I thought they were paid off.
Well, yeah, like the whole balance, but there was like teeny tiny amount of interest that was still left according to Capital One.
Dicks.
Yeah. But I've knocked it down to where
You're doing
it's...
great.
Yeah. And according to Credit Karma, both accounts are now in good standing. So I'm gonna have to call them again and be like, okay, so about that expunging those couple of late payments.
That's better.
As they roll up.
I want to go back just to heal.
I guess.
Okay. I Rouge challenge, huh?
Lollipop and vodka for a week, or until something spicy happens. You guessed it, 16 million Scoville units, made with pure farmer-grade capsaicin crystals. Look at this thing. Oh no. Huh? And now we wait. Well, it's been several months and the lollipop has disintegrated. There's no bone apple teeth, but there's time for the worst shot known to man. Dibosia. Oh, yeah, that's bad. Oh! Oh! Oh, no! No, it touched my eye! Oh, my God! Pickles! Oh, my ice cream sandwich is melting! Oh, 0 out of 10. I'm leaving.
Good lord.
It touched my eyes. Give it to a black man and say it's cool. Oh, God. That's... Oh, man. Yeah, that's,
Are you smiling at me? Huh? Hi, baby. You do?
Okay.
Okay. I will read to you. Gladly. Okay. I like it when you smile at me like that. I do. You're so cute. Okay, ready? Are we ready? Huh? Are you ready? You want to read? Are you ready? Are you ready? You ready? 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 Set, go. Ready, set, go. Okay.
Bro.
Here we go. My first
Yeah.
book of shapes. Wow.
That was a tragic miscalculation by my boy.
You okay?
This is a shape. Where's the shape? Where's the shape? You are a shape. Ready? Okay, here we go. Circle. Let's see, Amos. Circle. C-I-R-C-L-E. Circle. Yeah.
You're still up? Legend on the game, though. What do you mean, legend on the game? Not sure what you mean by that. It wasn't just tragic, it was a grave miscalculation. Bro, it was a lot of things. How's it going, Liberty? Because now he has liquor as well as spice in his eye. Yeah. The capsaicin is worse, though. The capsaicin is way worse as far as things to get in your eye.
Photo frame. This is a frame in which you put a picture, okay? And it is a square. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 corners. Okay, ready? Triangle. It says triangle because it has 3 angles. Count them. 1. Can you count them with me? Count them with me. 1, 2, 3. Whoa.
All right.
Sandwich. Can you say sandwich? Okay, next one. We're gonna turn the page. Wow.
Yeah, I normally don't watch a lot of Ben Shapiro, but this was good.
Balloon.
Z, what's it about?
Balloon, balloon, balloon. Balloon.
Because I really do not like Ben.
Balloon, balloon. Okay. All right. Rectangle. R-E-C-T-A-N-G-L-E. Rectangle. Yep, and it has 4 corners, but it has really long sides. And that's why
Coachella? Yeah, I'm not watching a video by Ben Shapiro about Coachella. I couldn't give a shit what he has to say about it.
that. This is an envelope.
Also, by the way, Pragmata is like...
Envelope.
Yeah, I'm not really a completionist. Like, I'm just trying to beat the game.
Doing my part.
This is what we
At least we can agree
letters
that
and
we hate
stuff
Ben
in.
Shapiro.
When we send them in.
Yeah, I'm really not a fan.
Shit. Star. S-T-A-R. R. Star. Christmas star.
Overgrowth protocol activate. Switching
Yeah, now I don't know why the other one dipped out though.
Diamond. And this has 4 corners. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Look, you! I got it!
Huh? What's up?
So are we. Let's get to that tower. First, need to know what's going on.
That's what the comms tower's for.
These bullets bounce right off. Yes! Get some!
Overdrive protocol, on standby.
It's over.
Is there multiple glory kills? When you say glory kills, I don't know. Are you talking about the one where I shoot them point blank in the head? Because that's not a glory kill. That's a takedown, and takedowns, you get the chance for takedowns randomly.
Moon. Yeah. Okay. And hexagon. Hexagon. H-E-X-A-G-O-N. Six sides. That's why they call it a hexagon. Cells. See, that's what these are called. These little castle, hotel-looking things right here. These are called cells.
Nice.
Oh, you all done? Oh, you want daddy? Well,
What is it, Pudge? Hmm?
do what, baby?
You want mommy? You want mommy button your onesie?
You want me to button your onesie? Hmm?
That way your butt just isn't hanging out in the cold.
Silly. There we go.
Okay. Oh. How are you, sweetie? Hmm?
You just had a whole bunch of chimkin.
You just had a big day today.
Yep.
You went on an adventure to the store.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to play in the yard.
Yep, you got to
And
garden.
you got to garden a little bit.
Yep. Yep, and you got candy.
Super exciting stuff.
Yep. doing?
You trying to look at what Daddy's doing? Yeah. Daddy play the game. You can watch Daddy play the game, but that is Daddy's game.
Yeah. I know. You wanna play?
I know.
Where's your controller?
Did
No.
just the onesie, I guess.
Yep. Where's your controller?
Yes. Also got to go. Okay, bro. We'll see you later.
Here. You have a controller. You have a controller. Yeah.
Okay. Shit. Oh, there we go. Felt like we were playing against the other team, and the refs felt.
Amos, you can't have Daddy's controller. You
I thought.
no.
Sweetie, no.
You have
You had one. You want some more food?
You do? Okay.
Okay. If you want to eat with a fork and eat, you gotta eat in your chair. You're not gonna make a mess on Daddy's desk.
You want to get in your chair and eat?
Do you want food? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Here, Mommy, get you in your chair.
Mommy put you in your chair and you can eat.
some food, okay? Let's get you in your chair. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to change it.
Racecars said, I felt like I was playing against the other team and the refs.
Oh no, that's never good.
Right?
Oh, fudge. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh.
Should we take a break?
On pure principle, I'm gonna take a break so I can recharge my health.
So, what should we do?
You're ready.
Greetings. This is Edith. Enacting attack protocol. Permission to commit acts of controlled violence granted. Eliminate excess life form for the preservation of our pristine home.
You? We're not alone. Over there!
Not again.
Oh boy, that's not. Oh god.
No way.
This day just keeps on getting
I am glad I went back.
Overdrive protocol. On standby.
Yeah, so this is Elden Ring in space. That's slightly, well, way easier.
It's my turn.
I can't get in. It's got jammers up.
Damn right things again. Put them in my list of things to smash.
Get ready.
Get shit on.
Those bullets bounce right off.
Shit. Pea shooter. We're in the year fucking 25 whatever, and I'm still working with a fucking 7-round fucking pea shooter. This is dog shit. This whole time, I did not know that sprinting was an option.
Overdrive protocol activated. Overdrive protocol initiated. It feels like an antenna somewhere. I can't hack its antennas up. Get closer to where we opened.
The HP on this thing is insane.
Defenses are down. Get ready. It's printing something on the ground. Get closer to where we opened.
Back off!
Move, you! He's still sensing antenna somewhere. Watch out! It's trying something new.
These bullets bounce right off wall. This famous building's got a nothing.
I think it's using the enemy's replicator.
This is some BS.
Here comes the big one. It's higher ground.
What do you mean higher ground?
Up there, on those buildings. He's still sensing antenna somewhere. Shoot now.
These bullets bounce right off.
One second, y'all.
Very one side on the officiating, they were doing the same shit and we're getting away with it.
They are supposed to be making the Dungeon Crawl Carl books into a TV show. I did hear about Dungeon Crawl. Wasn't it you that told me about Dungeon Crawler, Carl? Oh, crap. That's what I thought.
Right on.
Be careful. We gotta move back. Look out! The fence is right there.
Yeah, let's do this. Couple, brother.
I can still sense an antenna somewhere. Might be safer up on those buildings.
Curly, up on what buildings?
You! Get away from the blue circle!
Ow.
Damn bullets bounce right off.
Shoot out! Look out!
Right on. Guess it's my turn.
Might be safer up on those buildings. We gotta move back. I can still sense an antenna somewhere.
Yeah, no kidding, kid.
You!
Shit.
Couple, brother.
I got him!
Damn bullets bounce right off.
It's spreading something on the ground.
Damn it.
Might be safer up on those buildings.
Damn it.
Get ready.
Couple, brother.
I can still sense an antenna somewhere.
Shit.
Damn bullets bounce right off. I owe you.
Get away from the blue circle.
Damn it. So close. I sent you the clip about the arrow of enthusiastic double gonorrhea. Yes. Yes, you did. I can't hack it because all those jamming it there where they can take them out from far away. Yes, there is if the damn thing wasn't moving around like a fucking bumblebee.
You okay?
That thing is fucking OP. Okay, defense units are a class of weapon designed to overpower opponents, use skillfully, varying. They can decisively turn a fight, helping against tough enemies or obstacles.
What's that? Ah, the ball's rolling away. I think I put the ball away, but somehow it rolls off. So I pick it up to put it back, but end up playing with it again.
That's just what it wants. Sometimes toys and books just pull your strings like that.
Pull my strings? How?
Beats me. Maybe they don't like being left alone.
Hugh, I've got a surprise. You're gonna love it. Hugh, thanks for everything. So, do you like it?
It's, that cat again.
I drew lots, but this one turned out the best. So, I'm giving it to you.
Hey, it's actually pretty good. Shows you're a real cat lover.
You there? Hugh! Over here!
Oh, God.
Yep. I've seen pictures of guys getting gored in the groin slash you know, anal area.
That bot was gigantic. I didn't know they made them that big.
Yeah, too big for anyone's good. That's what happens when you give a bunch of rich moon idiots too much power.
That might have been something Edis made on its own.
Then who the hell designed Edis? Because that thing was messed up. Diana, if you ever need anything, let me know.
Need? All I really need to function is a power source.
Aside from that,
What a bulky-looking monitor. It's like a box. I wonder what it plays. It's hard to stop watching when there's always something on. Yay, that was fun! Watching TV is fun, but it's also kind of boring.
huh? I thought you liked TV.
I do, but when I'm watching it, time just drifts away. And then, when the show is over, I just feel like I wasted a bunch of time.
Doesn't help that the show lineup here is so thin. At least on Earth, waiting for the next week's episode is something to look forward to.
Ugh, I don't want to wait.
I know the feeling. How come you always look like you're having such a good time?
I don't know. I'm just happy to be here.
So, you ready to go?
Ready when you are.
You have the cutest smile. She just walked up, just big old smile. Big old smile on her cute little baby face.
Hello, Daddy.
You want up?
Oh. Is there just anything more magical? Your tiny hands reaching up. And then, oh, I know. You wanna play.
You watch Daddy play.
Watch Daddy.
You watch Daddy play. Maybe you can learn. Times of Israel, rare ancient charcoal shows how prehistoric Israel. Oh my God.
We are honored to provide one of our greatest goods. Satisfaction level maximum. Glad we could be of assistance. Yeah? What do you mean, night night? Hmm?
What's the matter?
What's the matter, sweetie?
What's wrong?
What's the problem? Are you trying to get down? You're trying to get down? Okay, well, Daddy can put you down. What's the matter?
Oh.
Are you okay? Okay, before another boss attempt, guys, I'm gonna go. Okay. Let's try that bullshit again. Fucking Elden Ring ass fucking fight. Fucking Pragma souls and shit. Yeah.
Creator's attacks are so strong. No wonder we're having such a tough time. Best to keep your distance when it creates all those spiky things from the ground.
Yeah, that seems like our only choice.
Be careful! Get closer to where we open.
Our spies.
track. Be careful. He's still sensing antenna somewhere.
Take this! Nice. Lucky.
We gotta move back. I can't hack with its antennas up. I can still sense an antenna somewhere. Nice. Move, you.
Right on.
Here comes the big one. Head to higher ground.
What do you mean higher ground?
Up there, on those buildings.
Just about had enough of this. Good job, kid.
You still sense an antenna somewhere. We gotta move back.
Shit.
Move, you. Get closer to where we'll I can still sense an antenna somewhere. Get away from the blue circle! Might be safer up on those buildings.
Take this! Okay.
Get closer to where we'll Get ready.
Get on.
You did
Yeah, not so tough once I learn your fucking moves, are you?
You okay?
Yeah!
You got this?
Maybe! Accessing local control matrix. Initiative.
No, I don't, Panda. If I do, it would be on a Christian mission. Diana!
You alright?
I fell down again.
Hey! Don't sweat. Teammates look out for each other. And we're a team, right?
The comms tower! We made it!
Yeah. Let's go. I gotta call home.
A key card that raises your shelter access level. Nice.
We can do more things at the shelter now!
Yeah, but first, I gotta get in touch with Earth.
Oh, man. That fucking thing.
Empty. Same as everywhere else. Man, eat us again. I can't do anything. Or can I? Let's see. How about here? The Pterodon? We got these other stops as well. There's gotta be something there we can use. Okay, transports. Yeah. Wonder if they're still online.
Look! It's back!
Can you hear me? Please respond.
The heck?
Oh, I'm so glad I found you.
Who are you?
It's me, 8.
8.
I borrowed this little one to contact you. It's good we found each other.
You're a survivor?
Yes, I was caught in the moonquake, and I'm trapped here. There's no way out. I can't even move. You have to help me. I must get to Earth. Oh, please. There's no time.
Wait!
Hey! It's like she knew you. You two met?
I don't know, but she needs us. Q, please!
Well, there's something going down. Let's go find out what.
Right!
I feel like trophies and badges that you get for just progressing through the story are just participation trophies in gaming.
Is now accessible.
Once we're good to go, let's head to the Terra Dome and help 8.
Shelter license key authenticated. New functions have been added to the cabin system. Shelter level upgraded. Central terminals now loaded with shiny new stuff.
Hooray!
REM Replicator Gamma now online and ready to serve.
Okay. So as I upgrade the shelter, it increases my my capacity on a bunch of things. Mode. Each mode triggers different effects when enemies are open. For example, offense mode turns open nodes into offensive nodes, boosting damage. A hacking node that disrupts enemy visual sensors, causing friendly fire. Effects on bots varies. Repeated use on the same enemy reduces its effectiveness. Passing through multiple nodes of the same type increases friendly fire damage. Passing through offensive nodes or gunfire will increase the damage of the next hack. Unlocks bot scan. When an enemy is open, perform a scan with X to reveal enemy weak points. Okay. Unlocks object scan. Perform scan to reveal nearby items. Gonna grab that. She's like, I have gained new powers! Unlocks auto hacking. While hacking with press to activate, consumes a small amount of hacking gauge to automatically complete the hack. Cannot be used while error nodes are active or when Diana is jammed. Okay. Yeah, for just progressing through regular enemies, this definitely seems like I would want this. Unlocks emergency control thrusters when knocked back by an enemy attack. Press right bumper at the right moment to regain footing. Okay. So while hacking, press right bumper. Okay.
Synchronizing new functions. Initiating long-awaited module, Training Simulations. Hop into the sim pod to engage in a curated collection of challenges. Complete them to receive cabin coins. We even have a new stamp board available for your enjoyment. Try our training sims. They're less lethal than the real thing.
I noticed you said less lethal, but not non-lethal. Okay. Alright.
You're leaving so soon? Have a pleasant journey.
Oh yeah, that thing. Whoa. It's a sim pod. Let's try it out. Even big bots don't stand a chance when we work together.
Looks like we're getting the hang of this. All right, let's head to the Terradome.
Yeah, to find 8. Do you think she's okay? She sounded in trouble.
I don't know. Guess we'll find out when we get there. So, you ready to go?
Ready when you are.
Diana, how you holding up?
Well, a quick scan shows all my systems are operating normally.
So, I guess you're doing up.
Hmm? What's that?
Eight's still waiting in the Terradome. Let's go get her out of there.
Okay. Seems appropriate to me at this point, now that I can, like, get past those barrier things, to go back and look for items and farm EXP and all that kind of shit. Severe tremor detected, anomaly detected, power plant, emergency mode.
Where did the ambulance go? Where did she go? Oh man! Oh my goodness, Jeremy! There she is! Where's the puggy?
Get ready!
Yikes!
Waiting for your reaction.
Man, that's fast. Now it's mine. It's over.
Where did the ambulance go?
Oh boy, where'd she go?
Goodness, where'd she go? Where did she go?
Oh, there she is!
Right there! Yeah!
You're so silly.
Doing my part.
There she is! Wow! Oh my goodness!
Here.
Yeah!
A special module that expands the upper limit of Diana's hacking gauge.
Look out for
yourself. Nope. Good job, kid. It's over.
She's coming to see you. Your daddy get you.
What are you doing? You want to get up again? Amnes, I don't have time to be your dad right now. I'm playing Dad Simulator.
Always have time.
That's the joke. Oh, where did Amnes go? You got BK. But the question is, did you get it your way? Good. Oh. Oh. Amnes. Amnes, that button doesn't do anything to play the game. It actually stops me from playing the game. That's all that button does, sweetie. It brings up that screen.
Q, did you always eat dinner with your family?
When I was living with them, yeah. I'd come home after school and tell them about my day or whatever, and they'd always listen no matter what. I was grateful for that. But, oh, there were times when I really ticked them off.
What did you do?
That's a secret.
Oh, fuck. Do you want to eat more dinner?
No. You know.
aiming at us. Defensive breakdown.
Get ball.
Tired. Good night. Fair enough, bro. I was actually thinking the same here pretty quick. I'm probably next time I see the little ladder way to the base, I'm probably gonna go ahead and call it for the night myself. We've been going for 5.5 hours anyways. Tomorrow we got a debate. I don't know if I told anyone that yet, but tomorrow we're doing a debate. So we'll be checking out Windrose. We'll do the debate and then we'll check out Windrose tomorrow. Alrighty. Hey Kate, do you wanna put the stir fry away and we'll start getting ready for bed here. Alright.
Yeah.
Is it going to be on this stream? Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming it. It's the same community that I was debating on last time. So it'll also be on Horseradish's thing. Stream. Okay. Okay. I also tomorrow I really want to get to checking out this thing. Andrew Wilson went and talked to Konstantin Kisin, or as I like to call him, I actually don't have anything I like to call him. He's just a fucking enlightened centrist posing as an ally of the right. It appears alrighty. Alright, y'all. I will see y'all tomorrow. We're gonna take a break from Pragmata, check out Windrose with Racecar, and of course the debate I just mentioned. So I hope I see you all then, and in the meantime, stay adventurous.